Hello, everybody, and welcome to probably the most, probably the penultimate Divine spoiler cast we will ever have on this channel. I am Zechs, and joining me is ZetaZephyr
Hello.
and our other guest, Rei Yasumura.
Hello.
Yep. So here we are as the conclusion of the Divine's era is here. I completely botched how that music should go, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but we're gonna go. Uh, so if you're just joining us, this is our usual spoiler cast for mostly any like anime, card game anime that drops. And so far, most of them have just been Vanguard. So this is our spoiler cast, our view, our overall discussion of the season. If you have not seen the series Cardfight Vanguard Divine's Parallactic Clash, you will get spoiled. We're going to talk about it outside like our initial presence. Everything past our initial impressions will be full spoilers. Everything is on the table. So if you have not watched it or you have not read the Parallactic Awakening manga, which serves as a prequel, and we'll talk about that in a second, eventually. If you have not read that, there will also be spoilers for that as well. Also, lore related things will also be talked about too because they are important to certain elements of the season. Because it's Vanguard, the lore does matter in the context of the overall season at times, and this one's no different. So, now that we are here, and I've done this very mediocre preamble to this season, without as holding off as much spoilers as you can, a non-spoiler statement about your thoughts on this season.
This sure was the final season of all time for Cardfight Vanguard. Sheesh.
Okay, Ray, for you.
I'm fighting so hard to do this without spoilers.
Okay.
I feel like with and without spoilers, it's almost a different show.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Parallactic Clash is a confused but occasionally fun final romp with the Divine's cast. Or a chunk of the Divine's cast. That I don't know. I think it's almost better to let it trail after that. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I'm fighting so hard to find something that isn't just
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. We can cut it there. It's like you anyone who
cool.
wants to know, you'll find out as we talk about it. So
Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect.
this this anime, the Parallactic Clash anime, could go down as one of the best Cardfight Vanguard stories, if not for two primary things. And it is those two primary things that, under normal circumstances, well, I wouldn't say under normal circumstances. I would probably say these two primary things are what stops a probably the most um you know hold on, I'm trying to figure out how the right words to say it too now. It is kind of
It's
hard though,
hard,
'cause,
isn't it?
it is kind of
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
trying to
uh-huh.
say okay.
I had to give it an answer.
Divine's Parallactic Clash is probably one of the more ambitious takes on a
Yeah.
already considered handled storyline in the Vanguard universe. And were it not for two very specific things, I'd say this would probably be the best iteration out of all of them. What those two specific things are, you'll just have to listen to find out. But
Yeah.
I think that is my stance on everything without us going to spoilers. So
It's no Shinemon. That's all I'll. Like, that's the bar, all right, for Vanguard
unless
excellence.
you're about to go, that's all I'll say, and then you stop saying words.
Like, no, when it's like best Vanguard finales, I'm like, I'm sorry. Shinemon is the bar.
To be fair, Shinemon's finale is really good.
I mean, over the overall season's probably the best we're gonna get.
So let us start here. So this is a Parallactic Clash. It is a 12 asterisk anime season. So for the context of the season, the Crimson Moon, which has been kind of teased in the lore of Krei, has now affected Earth. And inside it, Kagetsu, our character who's been around with us since the start of the deluxe, has recruited 5 teenagers with attitude to take on wrong show. He has recruited 5
What attitude?
Okay, you messed me up. Dang it. He's recruited 5 people to assist him with dealing with this threat. And so this entire season has now been put into a alternate world, an alternate universe of their world, and they must now fight to prevent it from overtaking their original world. And the ones stopping in their way are the Phantom Fighters. People from the main world who have been rewritten or alternate versions of these characters who want to fight for their world. So this is a season in which its main point is the ideals and a question of how much is reality, what is reality, what is parallactic, what is verity. And that is the basis of this season. Pretty interesting premise, I do say so myself. Or at least a very interesting version of this premise, because this has happened. Because something like this has happened a few times in very different seasons. Most notably, Vanguard Legion Mate is kind of like the first instance of this, and then you have Vanguard If, which is the second instance of this, in which things are very different from the real world, and our main characters have to fight for it. But this is the first time where that alternate world kind of has an army fighting back. Like it was
kind of had an army fighting back.
I mean, they all had, you know what I mean, like an army of people who actually have actual motivations. So
it's almost like better motivations.
I told you I'll read the manga. Anyway, sneaks aside. So this is probably one of the most interesting things, because this is effectively a story split into multiple things. You have the anime, which is Akina's story, or Akina's part of this storyline. You have the Parallactic Awakening manga, which was announced and has been releasing every 2 weeks or so with new chapters or pieces of chapters, and is pretty much like a prequel to the anime. Then we were going to have a conclusion event in theaters that will then be carved up into 3 episodes. And then, of course, we have the lore. Now, how we feel about that, we'll talk about a little bit later. But I do want to, before we get to the actual episodes themselves, because we'll talk about the manga like halfway through the season. So I want to talk about a few like miscellaneous things before we jump right into the actual show. So first, let's kind of talk about the big elephant in the room here is in the middle of production, or in the middle of the anime's airing, the president of Giftomatic, the one of the studios, the primary studio that does the Vanguard anime, announced sadly that the president, Satoshi Mori, the founder and president, had passed away a week prior to the announcement. This was, this is someone who worked on Shield Hero, who worked on Evangelion, like most people, and most notably, he was the director for every Vanguard Cardfight Vanguard dress season. And so, he was still there. He was pretty much there as kind of like a working along. He also worked on Koki. Also, he worked alongside the voice actor for Gabrielius for a lot of his, scenes and whatnot. So he was still a part of the production for the Divine's era. But for the most part, someone else did directing, but he did primarily. He led the charge with dress. So you could argue he is responsible for he is part of the reason of the revitalization of Vanguard to an extent, because like it did kind of come back to a place bigger than some of V. Like he is part of that. He was part of that group, you could say, is important. So, rest in peace to a key part of Cardfight Vanguard. And I can only imagine how that could, because it's been like he's been feeling ill for a while. So probably like around like the start of the season, it probably got really bad, and then just so it is unclear how this fell in production. It is unclear how this could have dealt with the decision to do what they're doing. So it's unclear how things will handle going forward, but I just want to bring that up because it is still important to how this season comes in. I don't want to, having said that, I don't want to give this season to let everyone be like, oh, you have to like grade it on a curve because he passed away or what have you. Like, be honest with the medium, because he wasn't the director, but he was like part of it. But it is very much to be like, we gotta be honest with our critiques, our takes, and whatnot. It is more so just to give our condolences and pay respects to a important part of Cardfight Vanguard history. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You have anything to say?
Uh, in that aspect, that not really. I mean, so I'd like grade it as the media we are presented with. And for the potential is a word that will probably come up later. But this is in fact the Parallactic clash we're given, regardless of external situations. Is it alright to go about it?
Okay. Anything for you, Ray?
No, I don't really have anything to add per se. I mean, like, for what it's worth, I don't think any of us are coming into this like in bad faith. I don't think.
No,
Like,
I believe in y'all. We've done this multiple times. I think people who have watched these can probably say we're coming in with open thoughts and open hearts, open minds, and just be like, yo, this is
My
what we
take
felt.
sounds a little extreme, but
I'm just putting
coming
that.
in from someone who's been here for over a decade.
I'm just putting this out there so one, people can know, because not a lot of people in the banker community really talked about it outside like the very crazy anime heads. And then I feel like people should know about how important this person was to the current state of Vanguard. Whether you think that's a good or bad thing, that's whatever, but you know what I mean. So putting it out there. So moving on. Secondly, we can talk about the music of this season, not the OST. We'll get to that when we get to episode 1. But I mean, this is the first season in which we've had not first arc like Divine season 1, 2, or the deluxe. I mean, this is the first time we've had 2 separate openings for a season. So with one ED specifically, since what I think since since V regular V. So we have our first opening, which is called The Phantom World by Virtual Witch Phenomenon, or VWP. They did the first opening for the Vines. And so they did that. The ending is by Real Romantic. It's called Gira Gira, which is, I think some of the translation is kind of like glare and whatnot. And then our second and final OP is World End Trigger by Hina Aoki, who is known for Vanguard players as the voice actress of Hello Walker. She did the ending for Will Dress season 3, so she's come back and done this song. What is notable is that despite having 2 openings, there was only really one set of visuals for both of them, which again might have something to do with what we talked about prior, but also I think is very interesting. How did y'all feel about the music tracks for this season?
The name of the second opening song is doing a whole lot of hard carrying. Like, it is not a bad song on its own. That first opening track just kind of hard carries the rest of the opening visually, and just sells the show, the atmosphere completely, right? It was the most pointless song switch I've ever seen in ages. Like, not change the visuals a mistake, right? Thinking, I don't know what you do to change the visuals besides spoiling the entire rest of the season.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, God. See, it's this thing where I at least like both openings and the ED, but like, God, why we we really could have we really could have just stuck with. I don't understand why they felt the need to switch partway.
Like they
Like
just had, did they need to promote a second band?
So
that's
okay, so there is like a little bit of information. So ironically, around the time I don't know if this is like part of the contract, but around the time the show started, like they released the music video, it then it then got announced that VWP was then going to go on like a small hiatus so that the individual members could do their own thing. So
huh.
probably because whether it's because, well, there's no reason to promote the band if they're going on hiatus. uh you know, it could be just like, at least get another song in there, at least promote one of our artists as well, or what. I don't know. It's just very interesting timing that all coincided. Like, I think there's a lot of like weird timing with this season, both in and out of.
There's a lot of weird things with this season.
So
It just strikes me as so bizarre. Like I understood the first OP is like, oh, we're going back to get like the same group that did the first Divine's opening. Like we're tying the knot on that front, but like
I mean, it
why?
makes sense too, because like, not spoil too much. This just feels like a redux of season one, like completing it in some ways.
mm. As for the other thing, I could probably be like, they probably wanted another song that would fit like the tone of the back half a lot better, because Phantom World is very much a more poppy song. It does have some like some darker like tone and moments in the song, but you know, uh, I think they probably wanted just a more, I guess, kind of like a more upbeat, but also
You,
like rock like track.
you need the end of Phantom World in order to make that OP work. I'm sorry, you need that very last bit of that song.
But I think it also probably has to do with the lyrics of this specific song, because it is very much a song that is basically going in your face. Yes, this is somebody ain't making it. Like, you get that feeling of somebody is not, like, this is it. We are done. Like, it is very much in the lyrics, very much a finalized song. Like, this is the thing. So I don't know. It's very interesting. I will say though, it is very much unfortunate that the second song didn't get visuals. We might get visuals in the TV version. Who knows? Like an alternate visuals, is like there's nothing else to really spoil at that point. So maybe we could get that for last one, so that they can have time to generally do it right. Um, I will say, I I will say this, as a overall song, I like it. I think it's like, when I do that ranking, I'll probably say this is probably like in the top three songs in the Divines era for me. It is definitely better than last. Both of these are definitely better than last season's opening, which I despised. Like, I hated that shit.
Man, I would have liked the Morphonica one so much more. Say it with me, Zeta. If it was
If
the
it was
final
the final season.
season.
God. uh, I'm gonna have to eat those words, aren't I? Yeah.
All right, so
Should have printed that phrase out earlier so we can start eating it midstream.
well, we've got the music set up, we've got the details are written there. Let's finally jump into the actual series itself, beginning with episode 1. Pretty much starts with the Gabelius plushie in a box floating down the river and then just drowns with probably the most interesting music we've had in the series so far, like setting a tone of something is very much wrong.
Yeah. Remember, this is also the exact first scene where we have to start questioning the timeline of events in this anime. Like, it starts from frame 1, right? Because we've established, right, that Willis can't act too independently from Erica and Hikari, right? Where they just start getting Thanos immediately. Not immediately, but can be a fun experience, right? So we have to ask immediately, right? Like, at what point and when is Gab Willis on the boat? You're meant to assume, right? Like, it's after the deluxe, right?
Yes.
You would assume. However, that doesn't fit too well.
How does it not fit? It would make the most sense.
Well, I mean, yeah. It's like, when does like the season take place after the deluxe? Like, when is that gap of time?
Well, we know it's like about a few months or so. That's all we know from the stinger from last season. I think it's a few months later.
Fair.
Now that you bring up, I do have a theory that it's probably much closer than a few months. Mainly because of things we'll talk about later, but you know, like there's a lot of things that you can kind of question about what time is here and there. I don't think Gobelius on the boat going to the river Styx is one of them. That poses like too deep a question.
Like, it's not too deep, but it's like, Like, it's been like a very painful like few hours for Erica.
Like, it's very much meant to be like, it's very much like meant to set up intrigue. It's like, why is the Gobelius plushie alone? And it is, we can tell because it is his voice, it is Fujiyama talking. It's like, that is our Gobelius plush. It is our Gobelius.
Right.
So why is it dirty? What happened to Eric and what happened to Erica? Like, it brings up intrigue of something isn't right. What done happened? I think that's its main purpose. Like, I will say it is like one of those, it feels like, I will say, like, seeing the Gabriel's push kind of reminded me of like a Barney kind of bit. Of like, this is like someone like attempted like a gritty reboot of Barney, like a pseudo sequel. Just like,
you can never take like Plushie Gap too seriously.
no, but it is part of the thing. Okay, Anyway, so point is we come in and Akina's day is normal except uh he's I think he's waking up. I think he's either waking up or he like they're eating breakfast, Akina, Hikari, their dad, their mom. Wait a second. Who? And but like they pay no mind. They're like, it's just a normal day. And then they go to school and they meet, and then Akira talks with Suo, who is very much not a depressed child anymore.
I'm like, this is the second time we've done this Lotus Eater thing with moms before, Vanguard. You're not slick.
And then we have Kuon, who is wearing glasses for some reason. And then we meet a character, and then we meet Kurumi, excuse me. And apparently they're just they're a bunch of friends. As for the other missing person, Kenta, he's just being bullied. And apparently just has never like really talked to Akina in a sense. Which I mean, come on, that's our Joey, bro. I did
no.
I did
Akina's
feel
our Joey.
I did feel some type of way of like, dang, this is weird, but we're just gonna let it slide. Okay. Which
I mean, like, that's rough, buddy, but like, I have to pull the lever on the trolley.
Are you still mad at me for my theory?
No. But I'm like, the further we go in, I'm just saying. Sorry, Kenta. You must be the cosmic punching bag.
Uh, he's a punching bag, but not for the cosmics. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. So anyway, school's over. They're about to go. Akina's about to go change and go like meet, I guess, at a card shop to go play Vanguard. And then as he's walking, he meets a girl. He doesn't know who she is, but it's obviously like for us, the audience, we know it's Kanami. And she goes to like meet and wake him up with his mythish. And we get probably like the most actual like good backstory for Akina, in which we learn more about his life, him and Hikari's life, and why he, kind of piece of like why he is the way he is. And it's like because Mama left. She didn't die. She just straight up left them because she felt like she could not actually like take care of both of them, both Akina and Hikari, and do it without their dad, who is, working, doing the overwork thing. So she just kind of calls the marriage off and leaves. And Akina's like, I'll be mom. I'll do it. I'll do what needs to be done for the family. You don't need to worry about it, Dad. I got us.
Man,
and it was
this was the best flashback that they could have done for Akina. Explains a lot about his character before it. Explains a lot about his character after it. The problem being, we should have got this in season 2, or this should have been season 3.
Talk about it. Well, we'll get to that discussion a little later. But yeah, how did you feel about this moment?
Again, I like it. It's just I'm kind of in the same boat of we had some fucked up priorities if this is where it ended up. Like, it almost makes it feel like more of an afterthought despite how important it is.
Right.
Mm.
It's like, oh,
Which
we
is not
forgot to do this earlier.
which is not something you want which is not something you want to be feeling about, like, a core developmental moment for your main character that we've been following for what, 2, 4,
Three,
going on 5
Years.
about 3. You mean years of
seasons.
seasons? Yeah,
Not
going on 5
yeah.
seasons. Yes.
Yeah. Like, it strikes me as slightly odd. But I like it. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we wake up. Refister wakes up. He has his symbol, and then we meet the rest of the most of the rest of the Mythish fighters, which is now Makoto, Kanami, and Kagetsu, with our 6th fighter still missing. Our 6th ranger is MIA, but so far every Mythish has woken up. And they find meat and they try to tell him that yeah, this has been happening. We've been fighting the Mythish fighters for about a month.
We, in quotation marks.
Okay, listen. I know.
We.
Listen, I know. You will see. Okay, I will put this like this. On Sunday, you will see what I was trying to work on for the to probably have like the actual intro for the podcast. Unfortunately, I just couldn't get it done. So eventually, you'll see what I was getting at, and it is shade. I'm sorry, it is shade, but it's necessary shade. And as long as we have time, I have to strike while the iron is hot. Anyway, but yeah, they meet, they talk about the month, and then Gobelius, I think remember was it there, but like Gobelius shows up and reveals that yes, we are in the middle of the Parallactic clash, a fight for 2 worlds, the Parallactic world and the Verity or quote unquote real world.
Man, I gotta say, Verity is like such a $5 word they keep spam. They use it for like no reason.
I mean, it's the season's
Like,
mate, basically.
right, but I'm like, it just, I don't know. It
It
doesn't work. It doesn't read well in any sentence they use it in. Is my problem.
It doesn't roll off the tongue. Like,
Yeah.
like at least in mate, it's like okay, there's like a like obviously ha ha ha, jokes aside, uh, we were immature kids, but
Like, at
like
least hope and despair when they're used every other sentence in Danganronpa at least roll off the tongue. Like, my ears aren't going, what? Like, I don't know.
I get you. Um, so that is mostly episode 1 until it is until the stinger, which is that a Phantom Fighter is Suo. And he is the first matchup, and he chooses Akina to fight because we need to get the main character fighting. He's been boxing for 2 seasons straight. So that is
Man,
episode 1. Thoughts overall?
this will be such a great setup for a first fight of many fights Akino will be getting. This was a great first trial.
Okay. I'm
I
laughing because
appreciate this is the episode where they confirmed that Vaserk was the one Kagetsu was talking to on the phone with.
Yeah.
which
Honestly, you can make a good argument of his economy.
it depends on what time, right?
Right, right.
Like, there's obviously you can go back and listen to his discussions. Like, okay, there's probably some that are like this makes sense here, this makes sense, this is who he's talking to, etc., etc. But we ain't got time for that. All right, episode
I
2.
mean, the feds do exist in Vanguard in like Dress and Divines.
Yes.
They suck and they can't do anything apparently, but feds are real.
All right, so we have episode 2, which is mostly Akina versus Phantom Suo, and this is the reveal of what a Phantom Fighter special like thing is that they have a Phantom deck, which is an alternate version of their signature unit in a different nation, and they have the Phantom skill, which is a skill which is not like a divine, kind of like a divine skill, but you can use it more than once a game if the situation is met.
By removing Dragon Tree markers from your units, you can.
All right, so but basically you have the Crimson Mood Order, the most expensive double rare in modern day, which basically says, yeah, you use this to power your Phantom skills, in which you bind them, and and then gain effects based on the unit itself. So of course we have Blackmire Phantom, which is Keter Sanctuary, to match its relation to Keter and its lore. And Suo's purpose for fighting is mainly because he wants to, obviously keep living the life he's living, have his family, and that there. So another thing is each Phantom fighter also knows about their alternate life, or rather their life in the normal world, basically. So they have details about both worlds and can make the decision on their own. So there's not really that much to say about this one. Like, it's weird, right? It's like, oh, here's Akina versus Suo, but
I mean, this does raise a question though, right? Like, of like, what makes a person at this point in this season? Like, functionally, right? The Phantoms are their own people, while also being alternate versions of their originals.
Mm-hmm.
They did live their own full lives, functionally. So it's like, but they never like fully address that aspect of it.
Yeah.
Like this episode really starts the issue with like moral quandaries this season will keep presenting. Where it's a really fun trolley problem here, right?
Yes.
You can have your world, you can have the main characters can have their world back, and things go back to exactly how they were earlier. In exchange, every single person in Kaga that's under the effect of the Phantom gets effectively blipped out of existence. And at no point do we confront that en masse. Outside of one particular standout case.
Which we will get to. Uh, so, Akino wins, and we kind of get a taste of uh, Kurumi and Ryuga watching from afar, which, this is our first time to know that they are also Phantom Fighters. And the episode ends with the revelation that Kurumi, who has been a character that's been kind of like teased throughout the deluxe, as a old friend of Akina and Hikari, is actually dead.
Dun dun dun.
Which, you kind of felt like something's off. But it is like, yeah, no, it's like, oh, it is actually even bringing back the dead, huh?
This I didn't really think about it too much till recently, but like the other setup for this episode was like, oh yeah, we'll just move into Kagetsu's place and don't worry about your families or whatever. Is a lot more just dodging the trolley problem here.
I mean, they're technically not your families, and there is
I mean, yeah, but they've also just lost a relative as well. But we just
So, I don't remember if this was
their memories get altered.
So, yeah, I don't remember if this was addressed in the show proper, but in
No.
the manga, is revealed that, yeah, no, when you are awakened, you are basically written out of the memories of everyone you knew before.
Which
So it's like, why go back
it's fine
anyway?
It's fine when the main characters do it. That's all I'm saying.
Which that does, speaking of manga, that will come up eventually of how this, some details. Yeah. So, on that note, episode 2 ends, and thoughts on episode 2?
Huh? I thought it was an alright setup episode. Yeah, sure. I'm joking about the troller problem. Kanta. Oh boy. Look, I'm just saying.
Oh my goodness.
For the good of the many, we need one person to be bullied by some kids. All right.
Interesting.
But overall, not a bad episode.
Yeah, I think it's serviceable enough. I mean, I made the joke earlier about there only being like 10 episodes in this season, and I was mainly referring to the first two just kind of being like minimalist setup plus like
Yeah.
a fight. The bit with like Kurumi being back is a decent stinger, but at least they've already yeah,
Like we established, like So's parents that yeah, revival's possible.
yeah, I think that's part of it, is like we've kind of already established through Suo that like, yeah, no, we can bring back dead people with this.
Yeah, I think the idea.
It's just we didn't know that she was dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it's all right.
Like, because I remember in the deluxe finals, there was a scene where it's like they were like, "Hey, when this is over, we should probably actually go and check up on them. We haven't really talked to them in a minute, and then we've only seen really Kanami this whole thing, which
Kanami just never calling them just.
I
They
can't.
have phones.
I mean, listen, sometimes you don't know. I don't know. It's sometimes like, you're a kid. You probably don't want to grab everyone's number or something or whatever. Plus, like they're basically like roommates for like
Akina was
most
in
of the year.
high school. I'm pretty sure Akina was in like last year of middle school, first year of high school when this all went down. Hold on a minute.
Okay, I'm trying to give them some grace on how they just didn't know.
Yeah, I don't think this is anywhere quite as bad as the entire cast forgot they met each other, including the fucking whole ass like adult or close to adult. I don't think this is anywhere close.
No.
I find this far more believable than whatever the
If
fuck
they
was
just
going on then.
retconned that entire bit as happening in the Phantom, I would have given this series like a 10 out of 10.
The series was
Like they were,
end with was like, you know what?
like they just went like, oh yeah, Sybil was part of the Phantom nonsense. Hold on.
I mean,
That entire camp flashback happened to other versions of our characters.
so
Cinema.
I will talk about that when we get to the manga, because there's like a theory I have now for real. I'm like, if it's not here, then I don't know if we'll ever address it because of things that have transpired.
I understand Sybil's strongest soldier.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Okay, so episode 3, we get the flashback of Akina meeting Kurumi. She is just sitting on a bench in the rain, depressed as all hell because she's not getting better. Then she meets Akina, which leads to her meeting Kari, and they, you know, the four of them all like have a relationship and at the time. And then the last time they saw them was this state, you know, with Economy probably like saying, hey, you know, we're going to a different we're going to a different facility because they found probably a way to help cure my sister. Which,
Like, I've had so many people argue with me over like the order of events of like who met who first. I'm like, guys, they show you. Akina meets Kurumi before Kurumi and Kanami meet Hikari. Like, people.
which which is very, so about the whole thing, it's like, you know, they're talking like, oh well, they met and last thing to do. It's like, okay, I probably like, you know, we'll get healthy, I'll come back, we'll be fine, because they probably did think that. I'll probably, my theory is probably that they just put Kurumi in hospice and were like, yeah, she's cooked, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's totally what happened.
And it's like that was just the lie they told Kami and Kurumi, so they just put it there. So like, oh well, we don't need your. So this is my copium of like, oh well, we don't need your number. Then we'll just, you know, if you get better in the next year, we'll just see you at school since you live in the area. You just come back and be perfectly fine.
I mean, but that also means they never at one point thought about contacting each other outside the hospital, like at any given point with, you know, phones they have.
Listen, I'm trying here, okay? I'm trying. I'm really trying. But it's like, the point is like, you know, they were like told like, hey, everyone, the last they met, everyone believed Kurumi was going to get better. Only to find out they were pretty much on her last legs anyway. They were just like, hey, they were just all lied to in the end. They just didn't know it. Pretty much. That's my running theory about that. Because like, you don't want to tell
I can't believe Kurumi got infected with anime, mom. Damn.
At least it's better than worms. There's our first.
Why not, Sue?
That's our first Heaven's Feel reference. It won't be our last.
Oh, they will continue.
So,
yeah,
we get that reveal, we get the whole thing, and pretty much like they're just like, hey, just stay. You know, why are you even like, and like Kurumi's like, hey, but hey, we could still be besties until the time comes we actually do need to fight. And it's like, girl, you don't what? And then Masanori shows up. Phantom Masanori. And
What's the difference?
good point. It is just generally like, dog, y'all didn't even try with this one. You both you tried and you didn't try.
Right.
You didn't make a new personality, but you did try with his reason for being here.
Well, no, his reason for being is the exact same motivation from season 2.
Okay, but the execution is good.
Well, his execution is the exact same plot as Will Dress.
Why can't you
It's just composite Masanori.
just let me give the props, damn it? Okay, so the point is, Masanori shows up and basically goads Kanami into fighting him. And like you said, yeah, it's pretty much just the same thing as what you said. It's basically just Masanori again. But his Phantom deck is actually a Brant Gate deck in which, and this is very much interesting, a lot of his assistants, right, Hendrina or some other assistants, his human assistants in the original Zorga deck, actually turn into set orders in which, gain him advantage. Please note that we didn't know that he had like 3-4 of those cards. He only used Hendrina. Very important for later. So the point is, Masanori loses. We get Kanami's emotional moment of why she's fighting for fighting for her world, and it's because she made a promise to Kurumi that when she was on her deathbed, like about to die, that she would, I'm going to win the deluxe. I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to be good enough to get that invite and then win it and be at the top of Vanguard, like how Kagetsu trained us.
You know what's crazy, the more I think about it? The deluxe isn't even like an actual tournament on the circuit.
No, it is just a gigantic
It is Elon Musk just running the Grok Cup. And everyone just like, this is the best thing ever.
Oh my god.
And imagine guys like every single top tier player and thinking the Grok Cup is the greatest thing ever, and will like just boom their career. There was an actual Vanguard regional and worlds happening in that universe that everyone has just forgotten about.
There's literally pro fighters. Like,
it's like, oh, sorry, the actual events don't accept gang members, so we don't care about it.
Accept gang members.
Oh.
Look, I'm sorry. We cannot. I'm sorry. This is so funny because it implies that I'm not true.
They let Grok play in the tournament.
Yes. Like the deluxe is not a real thing. They keep trying to tell us it is, though. Like Kurumi's on her deathbed, like, Kanami, whatever you do, you gotta beat Grok. I don't want you to win worlds.
You know what? What I was gonna say before you said the Grok Cup. It's funny because it implies that Mirai is unable to attend the normal Worlds tournament because she basically
She's a Yakuza boss. Yes, of course not.
It's like, I'm sorry, you're too like a dragon for us. You cannot be.
Dog, she is a sub story in a Yakuza game.
It's like, but I'm just a normal blind girl. No, you ain't.
You're also a YouTuber. You're double bad. You cannot join.
Fuck this. I gotta go back to that season now and just find which scenes are most appropriate to insert theme of sad.
Like, it's so weird at Deluxe. Because, like, we know it's a fake tournament ran by Elon Musk trying to make a super cult to take over the world. And then every single person that competed in it, after taking him down, it's like, oh yeah, this is actually a highlight of our careers, actually. Yeah, you know, I know we're all manipulated by this, but you know, it's fine.
Listen,
Elon Musk's AI-powered ARG.
Hey, listen, this
and the only real tournament we see in Divines is in a filler episode with Now.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, that was a good episode. Okay,
It was a good episode.
Hmm.
It was also the last time we were seeing any actual tournaments in the era. Also the first time, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you have 3 characters talking about the pro circuit constantly. Anyway.
I lost where we were supposed to go because it was so crazy. Yeah, so, you know, the point is, you know, she wants to win Deluxe for her sister. You know, and she's like, I want to fight for my world because I want to fight for that memory of my sister that exists, and I don't want that to go to waste. I don't want that to not be a thing after all the hard work we had done to reach that point. And I think that's a fine reason.
It's a fine motivation if the stakes weren't this high.
Mm-hmm. And something else wasn't occurring in the background.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna be so hard to hold on till that final.
Right.
Because
the rope is still intact.
Like, here's like, I get the motivations of our league cast, right? Especially economies up to this point. But like, the hard part is you have to weigh all of our message fighters like motivations in comparison to the Phantoms. And in one particular case, it's really bad.
mm-hmm.
We're gonna get to him, but he may as well be the entire damn trolley problem.
So let's kind of put it like this. So I think we'll kind of talk about this a little bit now, which is, so chapter 4 and 5 of the Parallactic Awakening manga is economy focused, and in it, she wakes up from getting her mythish, and she starts crying because she realizes what has happened, and she's so confused. So she has no idea what she needs to do. So she just like tells Getsu, I just need to go for a walk. Go for a walk, see what I need to do. And so she walks in. She walks, and she sees Kurumi. So she sees Kurumi, Akina, and Hikari walking around, and she tries and waves at them, but they just completely ignore her. And so she's like, "Dang, Kagetsu's right. Like when I woke up, nothing else I've been forgotten." We'll come back to the scene later for a very important reason. But the point is, after that scene, she meets Phantom Shizune. That's right. Shizune has been demoted to chapter of the week antagonist in a spin-off manga.
I mean, to be fair, this might actually be an upgrade compared to lose one fight becomes Woe's benchwarmer. They hate this character.
At what point was she created almost solely as extra fodder to make Suo look better and also pander to Link Joker fans?
Who knows?
Like,
but
she's not a character.
Well, no, they call her the Vanguard Machine.
So
they are fully committed.
Yeah.
So basically, she runs into Shizune, who tripped and fell and dropped like 3 boxes of like clocks she was taking to her shop. And so Kanami helps her take it to the shop. They meet, they discuss, they talk, and that's when like Suzune trips, falls, and drops Darkseid's Arctosaria. And it's revealed that she's a phantom. And so they talk about it like, dang, this is not good. But then Suzune is like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's fight. After they've had this kind of like emotional discussion and everything about, Kanami's like, what would you do if you could see somebody you know is not here? And it's a really interesting discussion, and it comes to that point where it's like when they realize Fan Fighter is a Mythos fighter, Suzune decides, you know what, let's fight. We'll figure it out in this match. Which then we get to Phantom Suzune's backstory is that she was adopted by her grandmother when her parents both died. And so she now works in her grandmother's clock shop, and has been raised by her this whole time. She has just a few friends. She loves playing Vanguard. A pretty okay life, I would say. And I'll probably say this: if this were animated, this would be one of the best fights of the season, because it generally is like just a well choreographed fight. But the point of it is like Suzune is like, she answers the question like, I would do it because I would talk to my parents. She says because I know about my past life. I know they weren't exactly the nicest of people, but I still have that emotional connection to them, regardless of how our lives turned out and how each version of ours turned out. It came to, and then, but I still have my grandmother. I still have this in this world that I'm fighting for. And then by that, but because of that, the fight then leads into Kanami realizing why she would fight for her world, and that's because of her sister, right? Because she's under the impression here still that Kurumi isn't real.
Man, manga economy and the anime economy, man, they are so coherent so cohesive with each other. It's kind of crazy, huh?
I mean, they are.
Yeah, yeah.
They're the same story.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I just think.
Wink, wink.
Oh.
Yeah. Now you're seeing the problem here.
That's funny. I was like, yeah, I'm like, I completely forgot myself. But yeah,
I'm like, this writing is so good and cohesive with the manga and the anime together. The asterisk.
Well, we'll get to it. Oh my goodness. I done fell for a honey trap myself.
God.
Wait, that sounds way worse than I wanted it to be, so please.
No. Yeah. So, yeah. It's really good. It's writing so good you fell for it again. You almost thought they were cooking with this manga.
I mean, they are cooking with this manga because the Kagetsu versus because the other fight was also good.
Right.
It's like generally the manga is good, and we'll talk about its positive negatives later, but it's just like very much like it is good.
Yep, you just fell into the Genjutsu for a little bit at the end there.
So we have that. We have episode 3. So episode 3 happens. Masanori gives a message to, pretty much talks to Akina before he passes out. Like, hey man, remember taboo and miracles can just be one and the same. Like, remember that.
And that line is why I kind of think they didn't even try with Masanori. He pretty much, like, he acts the exact same way he did in, like, episode 1 of Divines with Akina. Like, hey, boyo, that miracle stuff's kind of crazy and whack, man. Kind of boring. And, like, Akina immediately was like, I don't trust this guy.
Nope. To be fair, who does?
Right, but, like, he got him on frame 1, like, nope. He got tricked for like a good year or 2. He's an idiot. In med school.
I mean, you can be book smart, but not street smart.
Yeah.
All right, so now we move on to episode 4, which is, what was my note for that? Which is the episode that.
Oh God, it's this one.
Yes.
Oh boy.
So we finally talk about Ryuga. So Ryuga is a phantom fighter wielding a unit that does not technically exist, according to lore. It is said to have been a Brantgate dragon that was just abandoned in space and has been retooled as a member and has been rewritten as a member of Narukami. This goes with Ryuga's point of he was the son of a politician and was working hard for his, working hard to live up to that until one day, and he had like one friend. But he only had like one friend. Until one
Man, this sure sounds like someone else we know.
We'll get to it. Until one day, his father is arrested over, crimes of, political, terrible, bad things. Collusion.
Man,
et cetera, et
the
cetera.
feds in Vanguard are so much better than our own.
And so basically, he's then kind of bullied because it's like, yeah, no, you're the son of a disgraced politician. You don't deserve happiness or all that stuff. His mom goes into depression and just kind of watches TV all the time, everything and whatnot. And then he finally one day Ryuga has enough of the bullies and just beats the brakes out of them after they punch his only friend who was trying to protect him. And his friend gets scared and runs off, and Ryuga just feels like, well, shoot, I have nothing now. Like, he feels he has lost everything in his life because of something he couldn't control. Which,
man, yeah, this is probably the best written backstory in the season. Yeah,
it's
man.
just,
it serves as a great parallel to oh, sorry, lost my train of thought. Keep going.
I mean, it's a really good episode. It's just, if you cut the fact that he skewers Mikoto alive, but to do it.
Like, you know what's crazy? That moment is the exact point the axis on this show, on my opinion, on this show starts taking a nosedive. Like, the fracture point in this season starts right after this.
Okay, so I made that joke about skewering Mikoto alive, but that is important because this is where the lore kind of comes in. And if already people were upset because Mikoto is a fan favorite character who doesn't really get a lot of love, and we'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
In the actual lore story that released after this episode, in the fight, her Mythish specifically gets skewered and killed, like straight up speared through with the pile bunker, and it was apparently so violent that Chris Rain got PTSD.
Man, Shin Yoshida runs a deep breath.
I hate that my mind immediately went, wow, this feels a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. God damn it.
God.
So, like, if people were already, like, kind of like, already kind of of course, obviously people are like, of course, the girl loses first, of course. And then you read that lore story, and you're like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
I think, and the problem with this fight as well is the entire, like, look, I just want to understand you guys. I've told you my backstory. You know what's going to happen to us. Mem, the time for peace is kind of over. we've lost too many people that we haven't explained yet. Like, there's only so much.
Yeah, it is very much just like I get it. The whole idea is like supposed to be more like a parallel to like her with Yuna and having that discussion, but it's like it didn't work.
The stakes are a little too high for this.
And it's,
I mean, this is a nice existential conflict we're having here. It's time for the peaceful mediator to try to talk down the person who with the wildest backstory so far.
I mean, sometimes you just have to have negotiations. You know, we just didn't expected her to get put on a pike like Devilman Crybaby.
It was just a Chakra trying to talk to Bakugo, and I'm like, all right, I've seen this enough.
The Trey Rack skit of when Naruto tries to relate to you.
Right? It's like she's not Naruto.
You don't have to do this anymore.
This is Sakura trying to stop Sasuke from leaving the Leaf Village.
Oh. Oh my god.
This is dire, bro. We haven't got to the worst part.
Like, honey, no, you don't have to do this. Mem, I need to get the revenge. Please shut up.
It's like, I want my life back. Bitch, you gotta get out the way.
I need to get my mom off Xanax, Makoto. You don't understand.
Oh, weird. Oh, we've hit the unhinged part now. We're only at episode 4. Okay, so yeah, we kind of skimmed over Makoto's storyline, mostly because the whole episode is mostly just them having slice of life moments, and you know, kind of getting Akina to like look around the city now that he's conscious of what is going on, to kind of be like, you know, how do you feel about this world?
You know, there was a fun detail in this episode someone picked up afterwards. It's like, man, for all the talk, Kurumi's just not spending any time with Akina in this episode. In that montage. Nanami is. Huh.
Well, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, but yeah, pretty much like Mikoto is just kind of the unfortunate sacrifice to the antagonists kind of have to get a W at some point here.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, that's kind of critique of like some of the losses. Like, it's more of like they were only really here to take the L, or were they?
Someone had to at some point.
Yeah, it's just kind of sad. It's a character, you know, some characters who just needed some screen time, that people want to have screen time.
So Zechs, trade offer, right?
Yes.
Now loses its episode instead of Mikoto. Deal?
No.
Well,
No
you
deal.
see, Zechs, they're the only two safe characters in the cast for this. See, you wouldn't make the trade offer.
I wouldn't make the trade offer because I feel like this is a.
Rei, would you make the trade offer?
See my as much as this fight fucks with me, I'm also like hitting now against who she is facing again, like who she plays against, in the context of her being like the de facto Sibylt vessel, is like, I don't want to give that up is the problem. But I'm not left with many options here because fuck, the lineup for this really sucks shit.
Yeah, it's
It's a hard trade-off, isn't it?
like
It's rough.
we talked about Legion Mate. Is like this is the other problem. It's like every character here is kind of important in some way to this. It sucks when like it kind of sucks when like they don't get the chance to really make it to the end of the story.
Right. You know, if it's any credit, Mikoto went out with a higher win record than now.
Oh.
That counts for something.
God. Unparalleled my fucking nuts, man. Holy shit.
Right?
I think, damn, you just dealt him immense psychic damage, bro.
It's crazy when you think about it, right?
I didn't think I had a horse in this race. But like, oh my god. What the fuck happened?
Like we kind of forget that now kind of got warped on entry the second Divine started. She was not.
I mean, at least Kai was capable of winning like the fights leading up to the big ones.
Right?
I mean, this is just kind of one of the problems of the, the structure, the core season, right? It's like there's only so many fights you can have. You can't have just every character fight like 2 jobbers a season now. Like these fights the fights you show on screen have to matter for moving the plot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Like that episode against Mondo was good because it was like an episode where we didn't have to move the plot. Well, it was like it moved the plot, but not in like the Fated Clash way. It was this is the character not using the Fated Clash to make her own way and generally like make her own like wish come true. That's why it was there, and that's why it was so good.
Oh, yep. All right. So yeah, I'll just say right now for the final win rates. Now 5-5, Mikoto 3-2. The power screen time.
Whoa.
I don't know, stand proud, Mikoto fans.
I mean, fuck, I keep saying small victories are still victories by definition.
Yeah.
It's just you never realize how crazy the victory, like the context of the victory.
Look,
is like, wait, what?
If you tell classic Vanguard fans IT had a higher win rate than Chrono, they'd probably also lose their lid.
Yeah.
It's true, by the way.
Like, all right. Anyway, well, we're gone down of, that's kind of the biggest tragedy. Is like, yeah, no, it's now. To be fair, Mikoto has also been one of the best written characters in the series up to this point.
Uh-huh.
So
she was the load-bearing character for Divines, arguably.
So I think what really made people mad about this episode was one, just, you know, hey, Makoto's gotten very little screen time, even if she is like one of the better written characters, but also just kind of that lore story being so unnecessarily violent.
Right.
It's like, what?
I mean, it also makes the trolley problem worse. That people have been complaining about since, like, you know, episode 2. Like, yeah, that's tough and all, but, you know, Kenta. Like, this episode makes that worse.
How so?
So they managed to find someone with an even worse backstory to add on top to add to the like pile,
Okay, then.
and an opponent with an even shallower with an even shallower like goal in the fight. We're not following the motivated characters here. We're following the winners, and that's a problem.
That probably is a good kind of argument to talk about. It's like, it is kind of the awkward thing of like, probably one of the reasons why people probably aren't going to look at this season as fondly, besides the two things I mentioned previously, is probably because we're effectively watching. Effectively, how do I say this? Like, I'm trying not to say it in a way that's like very like, you know, flashy or everything, but it's like, we know that eventually our heroes are going to win. And we know that they're going to have a higher record of fighting characters than the Phantoms, right? There are 6 of them against who knows how much at this point in time, per record.
At this point in time,
like, shoot, the
well,
entire city
they tell us how many are left.
Heck, this entire city could wake up and then run they fade. If they
Gav did tell us there were like 6 left, or like Kagetsu said there was like 6 left at like episode 2. 5 left.
Don't remember.
We gotta count like actually like early on for how many were remaining.
I mean, but the point being is like the point being is like, there could be so many people they have to fight against, but we know eventually gonna have to come out on top, right? Because it's there.
Yeah.
So it's effectively watching. Is effectively watching a bunch of genuine like people who, you know, haven't really done anything wrong gets basically like be sent to the slaughter.
Uh-huh.
And it's frustrating, right? Because it's like, you don't want either side to lose, but one side has a motivation, the other's just like, well, we gotta do it.
One side wants to live, the other side just wants to go back to their world because their world is the real world, and that's the important thing, that their world is real. That's it.
You know.
Also, because Konami made a promise that she would win the deluxe. Those are the only 2 motivations we are given. Return to fake world because we return to real world because real world is real.
Like, you know, we're listening to the you know, like, who do we trust? Like, these literal fakes who are trying to, you know, because like, you can be like, sympathy points, or do we trust the, oh, I don't know, Vanguard personification of Loki? Like, that's kind of
Loki makes a pretty compelling argument here. Hold on.
It's like, Loki right here as our effective leader, and it's like, though, to be fair, this is like late MCU Loki, that not not like,
You know, to be fair, all right, the good guy's side has Vice Ruger on a phone with a moon base. He could just blast the tower at any given moment. theoretically.
Not anymore, but okay.
You
So
know, I mean, at that point in time, he could have just shot the tower.
I mean, but doesn't really dispel the whole thing, right? So what's the point in doing that?
It make me not have to look at the tower.
You really still like that tower? All right.
And maybe it gets Gab at the same time.
Does this make Gab a bad dragon? I know by technicality it's not his tower, but like, I mean,
He's using that tower for most of the show. I mean, yeah.
maybe it was self-aware. Maybe it knew who was going to be occupying it.
Right,
That's all I'm saying.
It had to have known.
You know, going on the context and all the innuendo you could argue, it's like, oh no, oh god, oh.
This took a while for you to get.
No, it's not because of Gabrielius. I'll just say that. But it's like, this is some generational. This is generational debauchery going on here.
Look, so we all agree the tower had to be destroyed, right?
Okay, we are like so far back. We are just ignoring the other elephant in the room. This other elephant in the room that appears up, which is Erica is back.
You know, I could be wrong.
It is at this moment the show self-destructs.
Yeah, No, I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure this is this only the second time they've done this? That they've just... No, I guess technically they did it in season 1. But, like, it was cool in season 1.
Oh, what?
I'm pretty... But the other... where, like, she has been the cliffhanger. For, like...
They did it. They made it a cliffhanger season 2 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they did it. Yeah, they did it in season 2, and then they did it here. And I'm pretty sure those are all the times they've done it. It's kind of impressive how every time after the first has, like... I don't know if
It's
made
a lot
me
where
angry
every
is the
relevant
word.
season gets crashed by her showing up as a cliffhanger. Every relevant season.
I'm reminded how the back half of Divine season 2 was the kind of season that, like, every episode ended with a I need next week's, if only because I need to know if there is, like, enough justification for me to not be fucking angry like I am now.
Yeah, like, I really do think the ending of season 2 would have worked so much better in that finale if Erica just vanished while they were on that beach.
Damn, you wanted to go the pseudo Gurren Lagann route?
Yes, especially because there's a scene later in this show by that beach where a very nice conversation happens, and it would have been a nice bookend. Like, all right, I hate trying to go on this rant. But I'm sick of Vanguard fans just fluffing up Erica. When she has just been a narrative crutch after season 1.
Okay, so listen, let's put it like this. Oh my goodness, hold on. My headphones kind of disconnected just a second.
The Tommy Oliver of Divines.
Oh boy. No. Because if you're talking about like
They
Mighty
weren't sure which she
Morphin,
became the main character.
you mean Mighty Morphin like era? Because
Yeah.
no, that brother was a liability in Dino Thunder. Honestly. It's like, what do you mean you got stuck in in Amber, bro? Like,
Oh yeah, of course not Dino Thunder. I'm talking like Saban, yeah.
I'm talking. We cut Die Ranger footage just so you could come back.
Right.
All right, so let's get this going. So episode 5, we get the details of what happened. So apparently, when the Phantom World was created, and the world was created, Gabrielius and Erica split. And as such, with no way to keep her in for some reason, I assume, like, this is the running theory is that, you know, Gabrielius just took Erica's body and, like, they just kind of switched, like, permanence. So, like, Gabrielius had Erica's body and then just Erica was the soul in the machine, basically.
Well, my theory, right? And it's probably the theory they're gonna go with, probably the simplest one. Because the Phantom also messes with time, clearly. The events that transpired to keep Erica in this specific, like, timeline never happened.
That too.
Ergo, she shouldn't be here. At all.
Now, there's also probably like some other another specific thing we will talk about later that is probably important. Trust me, I'm doing everything I can to not just speed run to the end. Because it's like, we all know why we're
they
here.
make it really hard.
So, the point is, Erica does not body. She just goes back to Hikari's body. She just kind of sits in there. And then...
Which also doesn't make sense, but whatever.
So she just kind of like sits in there. And during I guess like practice, she sees Akina which now is another thing, is like, practice? Did you know? Now you know. It's like, oh, this is definitely a fan of the world. What the heck is this girl not doing playing Vanguard at all?
No. Right.
It's like she was the one that played Vanguard. So it's like she's in the middle of like tennis practice while they're running. She sees Aki on the bridge, and when Akino and Refister wakes up, apparently, either by just coincidence, Refister's like, hold on, Hikari? Wait, no, Erica. Hey, girl. Hey, you want to come
Oh,
too?
my Refister cells.
And just gives some of his power to Hikari, which wakes up Erica, and they make a deal like, hey, listen, here's I don't know what's going on. I shouldn't be here. Like,
mind you, this bird brain was asleep for like a month, apparently just chilling in hibernation, did nothing until that moment.
oh my god, Refister
And
is so trash.
And it's like, oh yeah, I could do a 2-for-1 special. Here on, let me just give you a bit of my energy. Yep. There you go.
And so they just make the deal of like, you know, Erica says, hey, you know, can I borrow your body to figure out what's going on? And Hikari's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Okay. To be fair, like, because Professor woke up and Mister woke up, and just by being in the proximity, that means that Hikari just gained her memories back of the real world.
I'm not saying Erica takes away from Hikari as a character, but
So, but
like
the point being, now Erica and Kari are merged for now, and so they merge, and as well, uh both of the Liels merge into a new Liel who has Mythos energy, so she can sustain in this world.
It's a good thing this weird Mythos transference thing was a one-time only deal and won't happen later.
Okay, so listen, I'll put this. The one later makes me more angry than the one right now. I'll put it like this. Just kind of teaser. So we go to that. We then now find another Phantom Fighter, which is Phantom Megami, which we've been teased about from the original promotion material, like Masanori. And apparently she had helped out Erika Hikari. Listen, from this point onward, if we switch names, understand that it's like
Hikarika.
Hikarika. Okay. So, has been kind of informing Hikarika. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Erika on what's been going on, and so that's what happens. And well, Phantom Megami is we can choose to fight or not, but I do kind of want to actually fight itself, just cause she kind of just you know what, some just tell me I kind of want to fight. I don't know why.
It's. I wish they said they were compelled to fight instead of what they did here and with Susan. Was why not? I feel like getting blipped out of existence. Let's do it.
So, yeah, reason for the fight is kind of weak, but we still have the fight. We have Magnolia Phantom, which is just Magnolia in lyrical. I like that deck. It's pretty basic, but just perfectly fine with that. And then in the middle of the fight, we figured out, we get the big reveal of Phantom Megami's getting off on this. that she's actually just a sadist. And I'm
finally a good development out of this fucking episode.
It's this is the best thing this is the best thing to happen to her character in all of Divines, but I'm also man, you're not even the top 10 horniest characters in this card game anime for some odd reason. Vanguard's a weird franchise.
Very confused.
I feel like it wants to play to both sides of the card game player spectrum, and it's never gonna pick a lane.
Well, that is both a positive.
You sure picked a fucking lane with Eska.
Right.
Yeah, they picked the lane with Eska, then picked another lane with the Madame Diddy.
I mean, if gave us Vanguard and chill in the back of a car.
Which is crazy when you think about it. It's you say that, but I'm I remember specifically in the original series, oh yeah, this is when most of the characters have some reason had a lot of cleavage.
That did happen, yeah. Around Link Joker, yeah.
No, I'm just talking about even then. It's what Korin and Suiko had their main designs had cleavage. They had multiple beach episodes.
Right, and then like Loom Circles, they're like, you know what we need? Love triangles in Vanguard. We're never gonna do anything here, but you know what? We're just gonna throw
Like,
it out there. Chum in the water.
like I specifically remember like the actual like joke that was the actual like weirdness that was going on when like we had that what was it I think we had like 2 beach episodes in G Next,
Yeah.
but specifically the one where they had like Tokohan like in like booty shorts and a bikini top, and people were just like noticing like a specific scene where it's like, yeah, like Tokoha's like talking to Chrono, but like you could see Chrono's eyes like go down for like a quick second. It's like, oh Lord. It's like, wait a sec.
It's like Vanguard, pick a struggle. You know where you want to be, and you're not doing it.
Well,
It's like we know you want to be Yu-Gi-Oh for teens. Just get out your system.
well, technically Yu-Gi-Oh was for teens, but anyway, let's get back on to track. So here we go. Erica wins. However, because it is revealed that Erica's mythish powers are too weak. And as such, even though she beat Megami doesn't fade out and disappear like with everyone else. So we just have Megami still there.
Why?
It's for an amazing reason.
Amazing for you.
I mean, it will come up. This is very...
No, it won't.
Yes, it will. I'm not talking about Megami herself. I'm talking about that part of the power structure.
Which I'm like, wow, why would you? It's like, so all of a sudden there is now actually a hard capacity and a resource limit here to these cards in this card game anime. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Which I'm like,
well, speaking of resource limit, let's go to episode 6, which I think it is, which is the
worst episode in the season. It's competing.
We had to flip the coin at the halfway point.
Yeah.
So, episode 6, we finally get to see Michiru again. Yeah, by the way, Michiru was the last fighter. He was our 6th ranger. Or at this point, our 7th ranger. Are we like a Q ranger scenario?
You know, you make a good point though, right? Erica entering the fold just kind of throws everything off of balance immediately. And it makes the power imbalance between our sides even worse.
Yeah, actually,
Man,
we
the
did
Phantom
kinda...
Fighters finally get to take a dub for once in their pathetic life. Okay.
Like, yeah, that is another...
Oh, you guys get substitutions.
Hey,
Okay.
listen, it's the one time happened. It surely won't happen again.
I guess just one time.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's a critique of that moment. It's like it kind of makes it really just kind of makes sorry, dang, I can't see because I turned the light off because I'm like, it's getting too warm. it makes Mikoto's loss and sacrifice basically null and void. Added on by the fact that from this point onward, they had not actually done any like they had not done any like the classic like merch of like, hey, the season's going on, here's our merch stuff. When episode 5 hits, they then show a bunch of promotional material for everything, and Mikoto is not in it, but Hikari is. And it's like, so was the actual thing was like Mikoto was not the real member of the team? And the real thing is like, yeah, no.
Hikari is such a mistake in this season. Holy.
Because it's like, it just feels disrespectful. It's like every character in the season gets like merchandise and is part of collabs, but Mikoto was left out of all of them. We've got like 4 of them already.
You know, once you come to realize how many other characters just have their moments stolen by Erica over the course of all of Divines.
Like, I mean, I can't even say that because like, does it only like really happen twice? But it was like at critical moments.
She's Max now out of the plot.
And where? Where does she do that?
Deluxe?
Okay, that's technically the 3rd time, yes. But but like the first time she comes back, it's like, okay, she shows up in the original. She's not taking anyone's real thing. She's really just kind of like,
well built up and everything. It's awesome. Cool.
Yes. Deluxe season 2. I mean, not Deluxe season 2. Divine season 2. She is not as strong, but is like, oh, okay. Because like Akina did just lose. He's not in the mind state to really go back in, right? You shouldn't just send back in like a player who's not in the right state of mind to run it back.
Sure.
But it is like at least a nice novelty of seeing the 2 Liels fight, and you know that context of, oh, you know, that is a nice novelty. There's nothing
also,
wrong.
don't forget they had to staple Erica to Sable's entire plan as well, instead of just making it a now centric finale. Purely. You forgot about that part.
I mean, listen, I don't think that was the issue. I just think the issue was more so everything.
Erica must be included.
I mean, that was still like it was a very like,
it is a trend.
Okay, that was the start of the trend. Okay, I still think it was cool, but it was still like the moment where it's like, that was like the first like red flag.
All right.
Yeah, can we just like go with that?
Sure.
So we have that. You know, Deluxe is, you know, was meant to be her season. If anything, Akina stole her thunder in that season. Oh, yeah.
If anything, it functionally doesn't matter.
So far. So, Rei, did you hear about the interview?
Interview?
Yes.
Continue?
So, I talked to say about this, but basically, Vanguard barely gets any like behind the scenes details that are really like sought after, mostly because they're mostly all in Japanese, and you know, not everyone has like lunatics who are just like going through interviews and whatnot about the season. Plus, like details about the seasons are like mostly just kind of like pulled in a black box and never to be revealed. Basically,
This wasn't Menjo, was it?
no,
Or was this someone else?
this was
Okay.
someone else.
The more you talk about this, the more I vaguely remember seeing something like this around.
So
But
this happened recently, very recently. So Erica's voice, Erica Sashikari's voice actress, had an interview, like a 30-minute interview, and around 16 minutes in, they talk about the deluxe. And she reveals, and this was like, if any, like, I read this, I'm like, no, please. I'm just like, please, no.
He was devastated by this. I'm just like, that doesn't change my feelings about the season, but
it's more of as someone who liked that season, I'm like, oh god, I'm losing ammo to defend it. Please stop, Lord, stop giving your weak and strong shoulders the strongest battles, please. So the point is, she reveals that the original plan was that Erica won the deluxe.
oh,
But after discussions with a lot of people, a lot of people involved with writing everything, they decided it would be better if Akina won.
like,
I
I feel like the problem here, right, in general, and I brought this up with Zechs as well, right? I don't care for Erica's motivation for the deluxe. Like,
Yeah, because you're a
at
heartless
all.
bastard.
No, all right, hear me out, right? We've seen a lot of the other cast motivations, right?
Yes.
And they're a lot more like a lot of them are like long-term goals here, right? Erica's entire goal is to win the Rocket Cup, get a little bit of prize money, and not have to pick up a job application. Like, man, I don't want Tyson to keep worrying and caring for me. I should just get a part-time job like now while still competing. That cafe could have hired one more person.
But then what would Ruka have to do for that chunk of the show?
We're
'Cause
not.
that was like
This
half of
isn't
her.
about her.
That was
Get a
like
SIM
half of
card.
her. That was half of her existence in that show, was so that she could have the conversation with Erica and be like,
Ruka
"Don't have to
and
do
Susan,
this
they are not
specifically."
characters.
I will say, upon realizing this only like a couple like weeks ago, I was like, it is very funny how the two of the most other important characters to this whole moon thing, the moon fairy and the literal god of the world, are just both conveniently missing.
Like,
Yeah.
I think my problem with these two characters it is me putting on a silica. Like, they exist entirely for the service of two other characters to be relevant in the next season over. Like, they're filler in a filler block. Unfortunately, Deluxe is a block in the show's narrative. Where none of the new characters are truly relevant. Our character motivations are weak. And we have to jam as much fan service as possible into the season. Erica winning would not salvage the season in any way. Akina winning doesn't even matter either. We're trading a neutral for a neutral here.
I I think it would salvage the season for a lot of people though.
Yes, because a lot of people think Erica's the better written character when she's a walking plot device. But the problem people have, they misattribute Erica being a better character to Akina having nothing to do for 24 episodes. Two completely different issues that get conflated. Like you can't stick a feast or famine, live or die character into a waiting room for 24 episodes. Pretty much. But because he's the main character, and main characters espouse the themes of their show, of course the side character with the crazy magic mumbo jumbo time plot is going to look a lot more interesting. By default. Right? We'll be having this exact same conversation if you just replace Erica and Akina in terms of main character roles at the end of Deluxe Season 2. And then Erica will be the one espousing and constantly go over the themes of the show while waiting for 2 designated fights per season. Because it's still Divines. It wouldn't change anything realistically.
I mean, that's
Everyone says their Pookie should have been the MC. Every show.
So I'll kind of tease a little bit of the future. Like, so when I heard that, I'm like, I genuinely was like on Kobe. I'm like, there's no way you reveal that unless like that's gonna come up at some point in the season, right? Like, it'd be better if Akina won. With how secretive this damn franchise is with details about backstory, all of a sudden here you go say a moment like that, like the conclusion of a season, and it's like that has to come up, right? You're not just saying that because it's not, right? Like, we're gonna find out like redacted like did some shenanigans and like, oh no, actually the whole thing was the actual final outcome was a real lie or some stuff like that.
No,
Like,
come on, Zechs.
I told you this series has made me unhinged.
I'm supposed to be the unhinged one.
Just start using the phrase real lie for more shit. That
I'm supposed to be the crazy one, Zechs. I'm the crazy one in this podcast. You need to have some semblance of sanity, all right? Get it together. You're trampling over my flow here. I cannot be the rational one who drops the logic in this podcast. All right? That cannot be me.
Listen, we have been around the same time, seen the same insanity that this show could do. You don't think I'm gone damn insane too? I'm just better at hiding it for most of the time.
I need you to stay in your original lane and continue this series summary.
So, we're back on episode 6. We finally see Michiru. It is revealed that Michiru has beaten 10 fighters by himself. It is now on his way to Wonder Hill to fight Phantom Rika. Why is he at Wonder Hill? Yuri bait. That's it. That's all I can really give you.
You know what's crazy? The second he says he already beat 10 people off screen, after Gab said there are only 6 Phantom Fighters left, you can start crunching the numbers and figure out exactly who got how many fights in the manga. And you can just start hazarding a guess as to like who didn't get a fight in.
Okay, so you said there's the exact number of how many Phantom Fighters there were?
It's in like episode 1 or episode 2. Like I think it's like right after Swow.
So keep in
To
mind,
give a count.
we're also a month in, right? By the time we get to Akina waking up.
But you see, Kagetsu also says Michiru took out around half the fighters in that same episode.
I have to go back and rewatch it again just to make sure, because I'm like,
Yeah, it's like yeah, Michiru's episode, Kagetsu says he takes around half the fighters. We get the exact remaining count around episode 2 for how many Phantom Fighters are left. Ergo, you can actually just crunch the numbers and go like, oh, okay. There are this many fights in the manga.
you know,
And at least one of these characters on the main team didn't get to play.
I wonder who it could be.
Right? Yeah.
So, point is, Michiru fights Phantom Rika. We learn Phantom Rika's motivation is that he's not as good as the original. He's just not that great. And so eventually he gets bullied. He then fights somebody but damages his eye, which is why he wears the eye patch. Like actually like gets hurt. It's not like just for Shinobi like aesthetic, which and so he learns about original Rika. And then starts his own gang, primarily just kind of like to be like, so I ain't shit, huh? So like, he starts his own gang instead of like the ain't shit ain't shit motherfuckers to to kind of like bring his own family. So that is what he is, right? He then understands like, so if I this is a prime opportunity, because if I beat Michiru here, then that means I have something over the other Rika, effectively confirming my existence.
All right, found the line.
Okay.
Yep, sending it right now.
What? That's not it.
Yeah. Kagetsu gives the count.
No. What are you talking about?
About we can tell like how we can like run a count how many Phantom Fighters are left.
Oh no. Okay, it showed up like right, but I saw the annoying orange post. So I was confused. I was like, what are you talking about? You just randomly hit a post in the annoying orange. I was like, okay. I don't see it. Okay, yeah, they have 6 as well.
Yep.
Like you were talking like the half, so
Which yeah, that one I'll pull up from like episode 6. But like yeah, Kaku says half. We know Michiru took out 10, which means there's 6 left there. That means there's about like 4, like roughly 4 to 5-ish fights in the manga. Kagetsu gets one, Kanami gets one. Kagetsu probably gets the second one, actually.
oh boy.
Which yeah means a certain someone's missing from the count. Maybe.
Which yep, and we'll talk about them next episode, ironically. But the point is but back on topic. Yeah, Phantom Rika wants to defeat Michiru because if he does, he'll feel like his existence matters because he has something over the other Rika. And then Michiru kind of goes like, "Well, no, you both are cool. You both are genuine, and you're still you." He tries to at least validate Phantom Rika, and then beats him to the ground. And it is an episode. Like, I like Phantom Rika's motivation, but the problem is like he doesn't have anything to play off of because Michiru is such an is literally
Rika
only
has a rivalry. Michiru is Vanguard Jesus. He does not concern himself with the individuals.
I will beat you, Kakarot.
I don't even know who you are. Like, the problem here, right? Like, in a vacuum, cool, right? In the grand scheme of Divines, why are these dress over bozos taking away screen time we could be using for the Divines cast? In the grander scheme of D as a whole, this rivalry's been pointless and dragged out to the point of absurdity just because everyone likes Michiru's VA.
Mm, like is a phrase.
Whatever.
Like we'll
You
talk.
get my point, right?
Like you want to have a discussion about voice actors? Oh, we'll talk about it.
Point being, this is a dress episode shoved into the middle of Divine, into the final Divine season.
Right, like this doesn't exactly feel like the kind of arc where
And the worst part, it's
compared to
not even the
Vine's
real Rika.
yeah, like compared to Divine's Deluxe, this doesn't necessarily feel like the kind of season you would want to be trying to like do super heavy like interconnected shit across like the D timeline.
Right. Like, I feel like they're allergic for some odd reason compared to every other season of era of Vanguard. You're just allergic to characters just fighting each other.
So
Like, no, just they could just fight on the street and resolve their stuff. They don't need to be involved in the world any shenanigans, and we don't need a super large tournament to resolve these tensions. You can just find each other in an alley or near a laundromat while it's raining and just duke it out. It does not have to be here.
Yeah, I feel like part of that comes down to just like runtime. Again, like
Yeah.
it's I was reminded, God forbid when I'm using fucking anything from Asia Circuit as a point of comparison that's more favorable than this. You remember the days when we could get like some random fucking Kyo and Leon fight just like smack in the middle of an arc and it like
Yeah.
not feel like it actively detracts from shit?
Like, I legit think if they wanted to do what they did with Deluxe, I just wouldn't have done the Deluxe part. I would have just done 24 straight shot episodes of the D cast just doing stuff. Like, no overarching tournament, just people talking, solving some close some character arcs, having some, card fights, just end stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like they tried to use Deluxe as a vehicle for that and it just wasn't suited for it, which is how you get like weird one-off
Bottle
flashback
episodes.
episodes like the fucking like the Michiru and Taizo fight in the middle of the tournament.
Like, we don't need a tournament. Which is why you know Kidani's in charge, right? This is why you know like Kidani's the shadow producer and probably shadow writer. Because even V understood this, right? Hell, yeah, like V understood the message. You don't need a tournament arc for this stuff. Like people want to complain about the tournament they promised in V being relegated to like 3 episodes at the back end of the season and no one caring. That was kind of the point. The Asuka Cup was complete fabrication. It was a lie. The people knew the tournament was fake. And it worked well. Hidani is the one with this tournament obsession. And it is ruining the franchise. You know, this shouldn't have been an episode in this season. Is your overall issue with episode 6?
Okay, so we have gotten to the end of the fight. However, Michiru passes out. Why? Because it comes out that the Mythish actually do have a finite bank of energy. If you fight too much, or like you use a lot of energy, the Mythish will just lose permanence in the world, and will start to lose permanence in the world and just be like, yeah, you don't have enough juice. So as such, you will just kind of go into a coma. You will just kind of result in going to a coma.
Now hear me out.
Until like the energy recharges, or I don't know.
If Erica's message doesn't have enough energy to actually like take out Megumi, and you know if you don't have enough energy, get knocked out. How is Erica walking around on a 1 HP message?
I'm so fucking glad you're bringing this up.
Oh well, it's simple.
It was like
because I will assume is because hers is one fresh, and two, Professor may have given out more.
Man, it's an assuming man at this point.
Okay, you know what? I was just probably saying, I don't know, motherfucker. You want to explain to me? Like,
yeah, God.
Like it can work. Like there are reasons. They just don't want to explain it. You don't gotta explain shit. Sometimes
there's some plot fiat, man. Like this is Erica Wink, all right? I'm calling it. I'm terming it now.
It's like I'll probably put this. That probably is why she doesn't really get in much fights. Like, yeah, she will keel over if she fights one more person.
It's like, all right, you know what?
I guess
you don't have to explain it. She's the miracle girl, all right.
I guess we can just chop it up to, she has enough to fight and stay stable, but it's like you need more power to actually take out like a phantom or something. So it's like, you know, she can fight, but it's like only like limited.
I have the biggest grin on my face right now seeing you try to explain this.
Shut up.
I do. God, I do. I'm almost reminded of like. I'm almost reminded of like the diff writers back in G Next and Z, but at least they're like their logic behind how they stayed was so much simpler because it was only ever tied to like. If I remember right, it was only from losses that they're like diff ride. was ever affected. It wasn't like
Yeah.
there was no wondering of like, is there just a set time limit on like how long a
And they pretty much
mythish?
effectively just didn't lose.
Right.
Like the difference was just juggernauts the entire season, and they explained pretty early on, hey buddy, if we lose in this card game, we have to bounce. And then they lost in a card game and bounced. There were no caveats, no cheat codes, and the rules remained consistent for 2 seasons.
Actually, no, because
So yeah.
Verno lost multiple times in that season. So did Saori.
I'm gonna
They didn't just immediately bounce.
Yeah.
right.
To be fair, they didn't force their way in, so they probably had a lot more, grace to stay, right?
Yeah.
Like you could probably say it's like, they had a lot more grace to stay so they could take like hits. But like the actual apostles.
Okay, yeah, they explained that the tolerance was like different between each user, Death Rider. Alright.
Yeah. Like Sorry is Dumbshit is literally possessing a literal child and is losing his mental state as we speak. Like bro's about to knife a bitch.
Right, they want to fight signal gets weaker every time they lose.
Yes.
But you know what? At the very least, we're just giving a constantly of like handouts, right? All right, so actually, the Holy Grail Wars, we've got this subsection in the rules whereby if you win too hard, you just lose immediately. Yep, you are eliminated the second you win too much. Also, transfer your remaining mana to a specific user will in fact give them just enough power to stay alive in the Holy Grail War. However, if they win using the exact same mana they used in the Holy Grail War to stay alive, they are not in fact actually able to defeat the opponent in the Holy Grail War, and both will remain in a state of equilibrium, and no victory will be declared. End quote.
Oh.
I will add another. I will add at least one more paragraph to the Holy Grail War sub rules after this.
Speaking of after this, we're moving on to episode 7, which, again, at this point is we are at the second opening, which is World End Trigger. So here we are. We start the episode with Phantom Senka being off-screened by now.
And so it begins.
And so we kind of get a little bit of personality. It's basically just kind of like similar to Masanori, which is, hey,
Didn't even try with some of these.
nah. So it's like basically that she gets knocked out. It's like, okay, that's cool. And we get the knowledge that is more than likely Now's first actual fight with her Mythish.
It is absolutely.
Which you said you did the math, so it's like technically is her first and only fight with her Mythish.
Which, I'm just gonna say it right now. Now's sister will have no interaction with Now proper in the manga of any real relevance.
I mean, yeah, we still know we're still only on chapter 5, which should have been the first.
How many chapters do you think we're getting?
We'll get enough to go up until like because of how it's divided, I say we'll go up until like maybe like the maybe like up until the theatrical release, or at least
Zechs,
like by the set
you
16.
didn't buy the number count as well, right?
Yes.
The last two Phantom Fighters, as we have seen, are now Sister and Taizo. Meteor broke the plot. Putting that out there. Now you want to place your bet. If Makoto got a fight, then one of the last two fights is Makoto versus Taizo. The last one is Kagetsu versus Now Sister. The Ina base will not have a fight in the manga.
I'm fucking Disney, man.
I'm sorry I had to be the one to tell you this.
This franchise fucking sucks.
We go back to Urtinius getting impaled.
Maybe I shouldn't have brought this up.
Okay. I've calmed down.
No, it was a necessary knife. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt.
What about necessary knife? Okay.
Look, all right, the knife said stab me into something, and I had to do it.
All right, back on track. So, Gabrielius senses Sybil's presence and decides, you know what? It's time to get active. And so comes down from the tower and specifically says, hey, now, 1v1 right now. I gotta get Sybil out this thing because I refuse to let any part of him sustain. Just
A Shin Yoshida production.
Just pure hatred for him so much. He's like, yeah, listen, nothing personal to you, but your unit has to go because it reeks of that motherfucker. You needs to go.
And then now just overconfidently just goes, hey, you know what, Akira? It's fine. If I win this, we immediately solve the end the conflict. I got this.
I mean,
she don't got this.
You can't see the episode count at her feet.
She does not have the mystic eyes of depth perception. So the fight happens, and I think just kind of like everyone knows that, yeah, now it's gonna lose. I think everyone just kind of attuned to the fact that now is just gonna lose this fight.
And so God descended from the heavens to smite now with a bolt of lightning.
Which, oh, there's some meta commentary that could be really funny when we get to it. Oh my goodness.
And the funniest part about this whole thing is his initial target was Erica. And so my theory goes about Erica, Wink. It continues.
No, it wasn't. Oh yeah, you're right. He was like,
he had an entire monologue at the end of the previous the second during the Erica versus
I
McGinn
completely
thing.
forgot
You know
about that.
Yeah.
He's
He's
like,
like, I'm gonna get Erica, and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna get now.
he was juggling between who he wanted out the pocket more, and he said, "Actually, no, I want to slide on my aunt one last time."
Oh wait, we've got another important thing from episode 6. Kirby trying to get Akina out of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Akina, I want you to. I want us to live together in this world. All right. You
Yes,
stop the conflict.
the quote unquote confession scene.
You know, sure. You know, at least Kirby only tried once. Shot or shot. Just drop the issue afterwards. It's all good. Cough.
All right. Anyway, we see Gabrieli's Phantom, and his ability is literally. To be fair, this is like the most I counter the main protagonist, two most powerful fighters ability ever. I'm just like, yeah, I can.
hate Akina so goddamn much. Oh my god, I hate Akina.
It's like, oh yeah, how do you win with a restanding Vanguard that only does that? Simple. You make it so that their crits are useless. How do you know? How do you make it so that you probably just win easily against things? Simple. You nullify the fact that his entire trigger system, his entire like deck relies on a trigger that I can nullify.
Do you know Bush are cowards when they're not just making Willis Phantom Brand in its entirety?
That is just a overall discussion of another day about just kind of my feelings on the state of the trigger system in Vanguard right now. Because really,
Like,
the only reason they do it is because everyone's crits.
yeah.
Like, what are you gonna
Man.
run? What are you gonna run? Stands?
Only if you flip a stand trigger, a counterblast one, rest 2 of your rear guards.
So cool. But anyway. So yeah, now loses by not knowing about reading the card.
Well, just a small thing. Could on the looping back around to the earlier topic of reveals that feel like they could have happened a lot sooner. Nowhere near as impactful as like getting Akina's background on like what the fuck happened with his mother, but like them waiting until from Divine Season 2 until now for now to come out and be like, yeah, by the way, on top of me seeing what happened while I was possessed vaguely, I also possessed like Sybil's memories and feelings from while they possessed me and all of their background.
This would have been so compelling if we didn't get sidetracked by a tournament for 24 episodes out of our 65 episode runtime.
It doesn't make much of a difference this late in the game, realistically, but I thought it was very
That's a good point.
interesting we chose now of all times to
Right. Like, there's a lot
to
of
pull
sudden
that out.
revelations with these character backstories that have been really great in earlier moments.
Okay. You know what? I wasn't gonna say it, but I'm starting to.
Sybil's strongest soldier, go on.
No, this is specifically the thing that I think that Ray will understand. We have different opinions about this than like most of the other rest of the fandom. I'm just starting to kind of like come around to feel like Deluxe was just the Daybreak 2 of this entire storyline.
You know, I had that thought earlier, and I
Yeah, it's
almost,
pretty similar.
God,
So to kind of put it into context without spoiling, Daybreak 2 is basically like a game that feels to a lot of people kind of unfinished and very much just kind of it has plot important details, but those plot important details feel like they were like you could have like waited a bit to hold off on this and like put into a game with a lot more substance or or something. That's
Mhm.
how like a lot of people feel about that game. Where it's like this didn't really matter. You could might as well just skip it. We just needed some, we just needed some space to kind of fill up because something wasn't going right in production somewhere else. So it's kind of the question of
yeah.
is the deluxe in that case similar to that? It was like we did have an idea to go with this, but we needed something to break up as we whole thing. Because I could feel like if you just did season 1, season 2, and then you did the Phantom arc, that'd be just a lot in such a short amount of time. But if you had like say a game that kind of just like a storyline that's like, yeah, this isn't really that important completely, but you just use it to break up the monotony of going
You
through all
want season
that.
2 Street Fight season? Parallactic.
Like, it very much is like I feel bad because I still like that arc, but it's like, oh man, like there's a lot of like issues that are really like not aging well from that season that are coming back to bite me in the butt.
This, oh God. Okay. While we're on, I suppose while we're on this style of comparison,
Mhm.
you know what Divine's Deluxe feels like to me, Zechs?
What?
Maybe even
Scenic
more
arc,
than Daybreak 2.
the scenic arc in Arc 5.
Mm, Not quite that. Maybe actually, but that wasn't quite what I had in mind. Mainly in just from the angle of how many different things they were trying to juggle, like it being this like melding of the two like D eras or like D series and like trying to do like the traditional trails like crossover stuff between them
Mm-hmm.
beyond the very light stuff they did with early season 1 Divines. But there were just so many different angles and so little time for them to do this shit in. Divines Deluxe feels like what would happen if Falcom had tried to condense CS3, 4, and Reverie into the runtime of like Cold Steel 2.
Mm. I'm seeing what you're putting down.
Like
Yeah.
there is way too much shit here to shove into the runtime you have been allotted.
Yeah.
Which
Like, you know what's crazy? They did all that stuff with Akina's, with like the Miyoto's like dad in like the end, towards the end of the deluxe seasons. Why didn't we get Akina's flashback here with the mom leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have set the perfect framework for that for Akina versus Erica.
I mean, there's another thing I feel like could also set a stronger framework, but I kind of want to wait until we get to a later episode before we talk about it. But
Mm.
I mean, more so just for this season from last season. Sorry,
Also, you help me up at gunpoint. I would have just had Konami in deluxe season 2
we'll
instead of
talk
Rika.
about it. We'll talk about it. Uh, but yeah, now loses. She gets taken out. However, I forgot about this important part. Before, like, right as they beat Senka, Vaisru calls out Kagetsu to be like, hey, something's up with the gate. We need to go.
This was so dumb.
And you're like, wait, something's up with the gate? Yeah, there's a trial going on right now. We need to go and go to the spot to go figure out what the heck's going on. And so they leave, and that's when Gabellius shows up. It's like, shows up at Cocabillion and runs Now's pockets.
Clickbait.
And so now is defeated. They got another one on the board. But now they're down. But however, that is still like they're down to what, 2 Mythic Spiders. Basically. What can we do? Oh, someone is coming out the moon gate. They look kind of familiar. Wait a second, what's going on? Episode 8. We finally pull back to Ryuga to talk about his story, and we kind of get a little flashback of, Kurumi and Suo, Phantom Suo, were effectively kind of like the 3 Musketeers, or like they were, quote unquote, the 3 Musketeers. Like they were pretty much like supposed to be like this. The entire like point of the thing is supposed to be like this whole thing of like, oh, Kurumi, Suo, and Ryuga were actually like a friend group.
They tried to pull the same act in Divine Season 2. Like, if we come back to the scenes of the Fated Fighters collected as a group together at nighttime, we can make it look like they were actually in contact with each other and had a character dynamics.
So the point being is that, like, hey, Ryuga's like still like just not okay. And like he is like, I still need to protect this world because I refuse to go back. Which valid. So, we have the beach scene that you kind of like talked about earlier where Kurumi and Akina have a discussion. And then it starts to rain, or like it starts to like thunder, so they all get over like this canopy statue thing. And then Ryuga shows up and is like, all right, I think it's time there. And he says, you know what, Akina, you and me fight right now. Like, just getting you out the way is, it's like eventually we're going to have to fight sooner or another. Might as well just get you out the way.
The timing is so perfect for it. Ryuga's trying to make sure he doesn't lose anything else he has left. Akina's just lost someone. Their backstories are pretty good foils of each other. One lost a dad, one lost a mom. Perfect time.
Oh, hey,
We're at the
Suo.
2/3 mark of the story.
Yes, Suo has returned, and not like Phantom Suo, like real Suo.
It's so bad.
No,
I'm being honest. This season cannot get above a 5 out of 10 just for that moment. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're
5 points have immediately disappeared. I'm that mad.
Okay, bro. But for real, this was bad. I remember people like kind of like someone made like a cult post. Like, wait, could this actually be like Yuki or something? Like, no, motherfucker. Yuki's on a whole different timeline, and even then, when they could have used her, heck, they could have used.
Dude, they're not gonna cater to all 20 people that are still playing Dear Days.
They still released DLC for that game, and it's a flop. Talk about not catered to Deer Days. This was been the perfect time to cater for Deer Days. Because, like, shoot, at least it's someone else. Now, would it have mattered? No. Would it have been plot relevant? Hell no. Would it have been something?
We were just talking about with episode 6, the problem with shoving unneeded fan service into Divine. So you're like, man, it would have been so cool if you had a video game cameo.
Okay, listen. I'm also just like, keep in mind, I was just like, that would have been cool. Because, like, you know what? That would be interesting. But also, like, I know fully well, it's like, it would have made no damn sense. And obviously would have just, would have hurt the story even more. Because, like, because listen, I have not played Deer Days. I have not played Deer Days 2 story. But from what I understand, I'm like, Yuki is not the answer to fixing this problem. Heck, she's be adding more fuel to the fire, if anything. Like,
I mean, fuck, she already time travels. What's hopping over into another
You know,
completely
at this
different
point,
timeline?
they should have just done what Vanguard EX did and turned into Space Jam midway through. I still can't believe they did that. Guys, this rogue AI is stealing all of our Vanguard powers. We need you, main character, to defeat them in a game of Cardfight Vanguard to restore our energy and let us compete in the finals.
oh yeah, because it was the rewrite to the quotient.
Yeah, huh? They came up with Space Jam.
Like, well, how else are we gonna get Gear Chronicle in the story?
And just think, that's the Switch game that didn't get localized.
Right? I think people enjoyed the hilarity of the rogue AI selling the V-Baller's power. Funny enough.
Damn right.
Okay. Yeah, so back on track. Suo comes in and decides to take Akino's place in this fight against Ryuga. Now, how did he come back? Well, it's quite simple. For some reason, Michiru can just go into the moon gate, found Phantom Suo, like an echo of Phantom Suo, who led to the body of the real Suo, and he gave his last bit of mythish power to Suo, re-energizing him and allowing him to fight at least one more time.
I'm just saying Hikari should be in a coma even with Ray Fister's power.
Like, how much power Fister got then?
Right?
Like this bird is too strong. What the heck's happening, bro? So they have the fight and they use the attempt of having built a relationship of Suo and Ryuga to basically, like, you talk about using Erica as a crutch. Like, this was a prime example of they wrote Suo a character who is genuinely like really good, but it's like they're basically just using him as a crutch too. Like, both of them are crutches, but in very different ways.
I'm just mad we lost a good chance for Akina's perfect foil in this season up until insert certain point here. It's like, no, sorry, buddy. There's another. I have to fix another character who was just introduced in this season. All right, back off, Akina. It's woe time.
So, they had the fight. Suo wins. Ryuga kind of accepts you know, kind of accepts his fate. You know, says, "I'm sorry, Kurumi, I couldn't make it with you," and fades away. But then
Oh, she was
Suo,
already playing for the other team. It's like Rei give, it's just you, my dude.
and so, but then Suo then also fades out because he only got enough energy for that one fight, like the green power coin.
I'm sorry, your phone only came with enough battery out of box for the firmware update.
It's like I'm like that only. I feel like that only makes it worse, right?
So
Like we brought him in just to tactically bomb the other person.
just like I think it
I'm not gonna.
would.
I'm not gonna use. I'm not gonna use the phrase I wanted to use because I don't want this bot to get taken down.
So I can kind of feel this of like Suo's biggest. I think the biggest crime with how they use Suo here isn't like more so like, oh, this is because of
He
him
already had a completed
specifically.
character arc.
Him specifically, it's more so. This would make a lot more sense if they were in a position where there's not still up like 5 extra lives. Like if it was just like,
Yeah, if they were on the back foot at any point during this season, sure.
yeah, then it's like, yeah, here's Suo to come save the day and pay that bet that pay off what Erica said to him after their fight in Deluxe Season 2. I mean, yeah, the Deluxe Finals. Then it's like, okay, there we go. There's some genuine payoff for the Deluxe. I feel somewhat vindicated, if only slightly. Please make this season matter. Please don't make me look like an idiot for actually like standing up for the season. Please.
Like anyone that's seal clapping just because, man, they foreshadowed in Deluxe Season 2. I need to have a talk. Well, they cashed it in immediately does not salvage the issue with this appearance. And like the worst part is like the way they try to sell it. I would have bought it a whole lot more if they had any actual tangible interaction earlier in the season.
Yeah. Again, we don't have time. We don't have time.
It's actually, yeah, man. So you're kind of my best friend in this world right now. Don't stop. And I think the reason I'm so harsh in this episode is that something similar happened in the Kamen Rider show, Revice or whatever. Like main villain's on the warpath, right? He's after one specific person, and everyone agrees he should be the one to take that person out. And then the main characters show up and go, wait, we're not gonna let you get that fight in. We're gonna take you out instead and reduce you to irrelevance in this episode. Sorry. And I'm so sick and tired of fights that should happen, that make sense thematically to happen, getting interrupted by divine mandate. It is choking out your own writing for no reason. And I hate it.
I think what is very funny to me is that the end of that like is that when Suo like loses consciousness, it is just very funny. It's like Akin is just holding him like he's like just holding the dead body of his friend. It's like damn. It's like and like it's all special. Like yeah, no, Suo died a noble death.
No.
And then you also have like Kurumi just like, well, I'm the last one. Well, I'll let you know where we have the fight. So just get y'all some rest, I
Cool.
guess. And
They probably
so,
rested for like 20 minutes. They probably just followed her there immediately.
and so finally they meet back up with Kagetsu. They at the home, and it's like, you know, they kind of like, hey, you know, we you know, we're on the last fighter, but we just lost technically like 2 people. You know, it's like this is it, but it's like who knows what's about to happen.
And then Kanami just stops by Akina's room. It's like, hey, Akina, you want to just do something for me and make sure we save Kurumi? I can't be the one to do it. All right, I can't make that moral decision. You know what, Akina, you're so awesome. You're the best. My sister really likes you.
She
You want to
didn't
be the
say
one
all
to
that.
just revive?
You just put words in her mouth, bro. Like, who's glazing? Did not say all that.
You want to be the one to deal with this moral quandary for me and bring her back? I can't deal with the taboo. You can.
Okay. All right. Now we're on episode 9. This is the fight between Kagetsu and Kurumi, where we learned something interesting too. It's that apparently the fights are determined by who has the will to fight more.
Well, I mean, that's always been the rule in Vanguard.
But like generally, like, the system is like, you know, hey, uh the system will go like this fight will happen because these two have like there's a
Like
lot
at
more
this,
like you can sense the spiritual pressure of the wanting to fight.
I think this episode only confirmed that God is a real being in Vanguard.
Well, so it is Kagetsu versus Kurumi. Now, who exactly is was the initiator on that one? Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, we have that fight, and I like this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this generally was an interesting fight. I like how Kagetsu kind of goes, "Yeah, you're a crazy bitch. You would probably done this anyway."
Damn right I am.
Straight up, just does not deny it. It's like, yeah, no, you're crazy. You would have done this. I understand, but I still gotta take you down.
Okay, like who wouldn't do this? Hold on.
And so,
Let's be a little real here.
Kagetsu summons the super final Gundam to.
It's just a rock.
It's not just a rock. It's a rock that shoots lasers. And
Getsu's final message, the paperweight.
Oh.
listen, that paperweight had some immense aura, okay?
That's all it has.
It came through. Like, that was generally the first time I've generally, like, oh yeah, this is like the best use of Lunatic Keeper in general. Just like, oh my goodness.
Like
Like,
he's not Taizo. That's all I can say about Kigetsu.
no, but they have their own
He
like
wishes.
they have their own like elements, right? I think that's fair. As for the outcome, even though he summons the Super Robot Wars D, he still
Hey, now
loses.
D was a good game.
I didn't even know there was one. Okay, so I just made one up.
Yeah. For the Game Boy Advance, pretty good. Also, a time travel story.
There's no way there's a coincidence there. Anyway,
What a coincidence.
anyway, Kirby wins because she basically gets the mandate of heaven.
In that moment, she's so locking those plot armor.
Anyway, she wins and beats Kagetsu, which means, despite having 3 Mythish, he's knocked out, and because he never had a Parallactic version, he's just actually out. Like, he's just out cold.
It's kind of crazy to think about it, right?
Oh, speaking of which, I forgot to mention. Oh yeah, what happened to Michiru? Oh yeah, he just walked away. He just got up and walked out.
You see, if this wasn't the final season, Getsu walking off would be a pretty good cliffhanger for a future storyline.
There's so much. This season is so funny.
Anyway. You know what's stupid? Kagetsu having so many messages means he's the one that should have been the one on the warpath and not Michiru. Kagetsu should have been like, I have like 4 batteries here. Let me have at him. One got on a camping trip, like 5 power charging packs.
I mean, I can only assume the context. Again, I'm assuming
He's stronger than Michiru.
I'm assuming here that the reason why it's like he lost his powers was because he combined all the Mythish
into Super Robot Wars D.
Yes. So it's like they all counted as one battery. He just put all of them in like one gigantic like Mythish. And when he lost, it's like, oh well, that's it. Like, by summoning this giant thing, you have forfeited your extra lives.
Man, it's a good thing we don't have Vanguard Death's Battle.
God, you're just describing every game I've ever played with Adagnister. I just spend fucking 20 minutes spewing every ounce of card onto the board, and whoop, there's the kaiju.
When I say I actually managed to beat Adagnister on my Yu-Gi-Oh! Mascus challenge account, I want you to believe me. It happened. All because I managed to out Dark Fluid somehow.
Oh.
With a pile of jank.
So, however, the big point is, because Kagetsu's out, he gives Akina his deck. I assume not to really use it, but more so just to be like, hey, that way you just have Vase Ruger with you at times. It's like a link.
Do nothing.
And
because the gate's down.
Yeah, because Kagetsu goes down, the gate also goes down, meaning
Vase Ruger's just there. Probably not even. The deck is pointless.
Like,
sentimental jobber's value, I guess.
Like, the whole point is like, now there is, I mean, it's one thing to also just say, like, yeah, there's no way for anyone to come back because of the rules. Like, yeah, you're out of like lives here.
Cheat codes.
You're out of, yeah, it's just be like, yeah, you're out of cheat codes.
Realistically, Refixor could have just taken Refixor up to the moon and just brought every single character back at this rate.
Again, we don't know. I don't know what the first still works like.
Like just put Akin in the time chamber for like one sleep cycle. He could have brought the entire cast out.
It's like, I mean, dude, for like, to be fair, it's kind of like, why did it take you so long to wake your ass up when you've been active the most?
They are literally never going to explain this.
Like, it almost, like, my idea is like, it's almost like, no, he wanted to stay in there. He wanted to stay in this world the most out of everyone. He wanted to come out he wanted to come out and deal with all this. It's like, I had a perfect world. I had the perfect world, which is basically my normal world, but better. It was only him noticing that Kenta was him having a different like vibe with Kenta that's like probably what kind of started waking him
Right.
up or something. Because like there had to be like a moment where like the Mythish woke up. So I assume it's just like something was wrong.
But we'll never know because we have to waste 20 minutes on Michiru versus Raika.
So now we have Kanami versus Kurumi. And this was a fine fight. Very much a emotional like climax for these characters.
Characters, Pearl.
We're almost there. Hold it in. And well, yeah, it's very much this moment of like kind of this feeling of, you know, Kanami reiterates what she said. She does not want to there. Reiterates what she says. Kurumi also is like reiterates what they want. And Kanami wins. And Kurumi dies in her arms again. In a very emotional moment. And she, and with that, all the Mythish fighters are defeated. I mean, they can now go to Bowser's castle. I mean, Gabelius' castle.
No,
And
this is Wily's castle.
something's wildly all right. And so,
Nah.
Kanami's like, hey guys, can I just stay here for a minute? Like, y'all go ahead without me. Which, makes sense. You've got your dead sister in your arms and your unconscious cousin, like right next to you. I would more likely to put them in a state where they can like be fine while we then go fight for the fate of the world.
That would be
Logically,
pretty traumatizing, yeah.
yes, logically makes sense completely. So Akina and Erika leave. They go to the Gabelius Tower. They get an elevator ride, and they meet Gabelius at last. This is episode 11, by the way. So
Tower should just been full of Phantom Fighters. I'm sorry. Should have sent them to the Mook Chamber, to the Mook Tower.
I mean, if we were in like, if people weren't like, we got to see all the car fights, we probably would have had like a montage of them just like summoning like their units and just beating the brakes off of just random mooks.
Man, no one's ever gonna beat G again, huh?
But anyway, we meet it there, and Gabelius chooses to fight Akina first. He's like, listen, I'll take you out first. Why? I assume he's probably like, I don't know if I can fight Erika yet, but if I fight you, it's like, hey, cool, I'll at least get you out the way.
Bro was just literally just baiting fighting Erika.
And so,
Like,
the final battle begins, and it is certainly the final battle of all time. Like, it's kind of like, I feel like the biggest thing for this fight is this fight will emotionally connect with you depending on how you feel about Akina as a character. For one,
Right.
because like if you're not vibing with him, it won't hit the same. Because there's a lot of like parts of Akina and his story that's like, yeah, you know, you need to kind of like him to kind of feel like
Yeah.
there's a pathway to this being a fight between him and Gabelius, right? That is the person who, you know, Gabelius is like one of the people that, you know, Gabelius is the reason he's in Vanguard. You know, Gabelius was always honest, was always like kind of like a small mentor to him
Uh-huh.
in that sense. So it's like this should like have an emotional gut punch. But as the past few seasons have kind of unfortunately done, it's like it's kind of like hurt a lot of people's perception and feelings towards him as a character.
Because he wasn't allowed to do anything, but
So, you know, here we are, and it's like if you're not like still riding with him on an emotional level, it's not gonna feel the same.
yeah.
And here's my hottest take of the podcast. And I'm by no means mean any disrespect at all when I say this. Dog, your voice actor ain't good. I have tried for these past 3 years to genuinely like see him like improve, and I'm just like, he's not good. He's not good. He is acting right next. He is having an emotional acting moment with goddamn Jun Fukuyama.
That is unfair, all right?
I mean, yes, it's not fair, but I've had this feeling for a while, and it's like this was the moment I'm like, you're not bringing in the energy here, dog. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if it's the writing, I don't know if it's the direction or what, but it's like something is off with you.
Like, I feel like it's the direction, right? Like, I don't know what it is about what they wanted out in this character, but they keep him stalwart, and it's not what they need to be doing. That makes any sense?
Like, I feel like
He is a rock, and he shouldn't be. Like, he is the counterweight
which, you know, I
to all the madness in the setting, so he has to just keep sounding like he's standing firm, and that's not what we need.
I've definitely now like feel you on that him should have fighting Ryuga, because like even if he does win, he still should be at least just rattled by the experience.
Right.
And it's like now he's like having to like sit there and watch this, and he's opening up like that rock is crumbling.
He needed blood on his hands before this fight.
Metaphorical.
Metaphorically. I don't know, Ryuga's got hands. Akina does too. That was a mean punch.
But it very much is like something in the voice booth was just not working for me with Akina. And you know, it's been okay, he's been passable. Obviously he's not an actor, he's an
Right.
idol, he's a singer. And again, I mean no big, because like bro is probably the best like genuine like uh you know, ambassador for the game from a voice actor perspective since Chrono.
Like, I think it was just so like the worst possible hand, right? As far as like characters,
As far as
like, of
what?
course, I just not and I was not a VA, right? But like, they don't lean into like give him a character who's like wavy enough to like get that experience in for these more emotional beats, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I could have a bit more nose to the grind, especially in these earlier parts, or hell, deluxe, right? A bit more gritty, dirtier, and emotional. They would have the acting. They would have, at least known how to act more emotional Akina to make this fight go better. Because I'm just my blame towards the direction of the character. Mostly, like you need to force an actor to, act. Didn't get much of that, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. So that's I'm just like that's kind of the biggest problem. Is like his performance hasn't really improved, or like he hasn't given material that would let him do
Yeah,
stuff. And honestly, it's because he's not an actor like that. Like, he's basically been doing like 6 seasons of something he's not like he wasn't built for.
uh-huh.
And I can't. It's hard to be judgmental on that, but I'm like, I really want to know for certain when like the dub comes in, because I'm like, I want to know how does Akina's dub VA handle like this more than anything else? Because that would be the
Yeah.
whole thing. Because it's like there's no other way to be. It's like, how does someone whose whole point is to voice act deal with someone who is doing everything? because because depending on that, it's like that could amplify the moment. Like that's just kind of the honest truth there. It's like I just haven't felt him, and it's like it came to a head here, and it's like because it's like I can't even be like, oh man, like because like you can tell because everybody in the room besides him is a voice actor. Erica's meeting the same energy as Fukuyama here, right? As Gabrielius.
Yeah.
The same energy, enough emotion, enough like genuine like feeling. It's like when Erica is actually like trying to talk to Gabrielius, I feel it. When Akina is trying to talk to Gabrielius, it doesn't hit the same. From a character standpoint, it works, but from a actual acting perspective, it is falling flat, and that's where the disconnect probably is.
Yeah.
Something just isn't hitting for me.
Like you can really feel that like Gabrielius is just done with Akina as a person.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably the highlight of the fight, personally, is that Gab's done.
Gaba's
Like,
done.
there's a sense of like, I just stop, Akina. Stop. Stop reaching for the miracle. Stop trying. I need you. Just get out the way, please. Just stop. You have nothing left.
And it's like that's the
I've taken away all your cards. Goop already.
cards. You don't have your over trigger. You don't have your out of PGs. Like just
You're
go
out of heal.
down. Like
Stop.
you've lost your divine skill too. What do you have left? And the answer is my sister. Yeah, that's the real reason Erica's here, just to make sure Leo Lamorta is accessible.
You see, Gabwellius, Cardfight Vanguard is has a format with sideboarding. So I've sideboarded my sister.
That is a crazy line.
What's
Not wrong though.
fuck?
God.
So, which, you know, probably fine, but like, wait, what is happening to the ground? What's going on? Oh my God, Masanori, Phantom Masanori, what are you doing here?
It's like a dun dun dun. So wait, stuff's actually happening in this season. Hold on.
It was in this moment that we knew this shit was not getting resolved this season.
No.
Oh, something was getting resolved, but what? We don't know. We'll have to find out in our final episode. Episode titled Grass Miracle, which by that point, considering how every like, you know, I remember Mari says like every like end of saga thing in D has always ended with the name of the arc, right? You know, we had Overdress, right? We had Will Dress, you know, but we haven't had Divines. So that should be the moment. It's like we haven't had the roll credits title drop.
No.
But it was like I was really just like, oh, this is, as someone who was like, oh, we're gonna have more than one season. I was really like, oh, we kind of close here, guys. Please.
There's so much plot happening right now still.
Like, I was ready to just accept, like, you know, they're just gonna kind of just like wrap it up, go home. Obviously,
back in G, we actually had rap party episodes. I'm just saying.
You know, I was really just like, oh, they're just gonna wrap it up. We're gonna go home and just kind of like, hey, this is how it ends. You know, we tried.
Right, like if this was like Divine Season 1, it was almost teed up to be similar to like how they wrapped Divine Season 1, where it's like, okay, we get the very tail end of the fight post Amorta intervention. Like, I have one emoto and 2 crits. Get fucked, idiot. We're going home. And then you get like 3/4 of the episode that's dedicated to like epilogue wrapping up like other stuff, which is kind of what they did with Divine Season 1.
You know, I like when people keep calling foul about like 1 sister and 2 crits in this episode. I'm like, guys, we see how small his deck is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whenever we see his size and he
goes 10. He goes 10 cards deep. What more do you want from him?
Yeah, the moment Gabwellius looks at him and it's like, you think you can flip 2 crits? I'm like, bitch, look at the table.
There's nothing but crits and air in there.
I'm like, I'm not even banking on this like being like an anime moment, like next stage flip 2 crit, throw power on the back row boost or some shit. Like, brother, you are not in a good spot.
They're calling this the most realistic double crit in Vanguard history. Like, what are we doing here, fan? Like, Vanguard fans, please.
So,
shut up. This double crit was realistic.
Okay. Well, on that note, before we continue, no. So I noticed you were conspicuously silent during my moment there. So, what do you think about what I said?
Well, I mean, I was silent because generally, for the most part, I'm like, I get it. I don't necessarily know, like, emotionally, it definitely felt more one-sided just on the basis of performance.
Yeah.
Like, kind of hit the nail on the head, frankly. I mean,
I mean,
I think back to even like Divine Season 2, and that's like the other main instance where you're meant to get like really strong emotion out of Akina, like tail end of Season 2, like fighting Sybilt. I'm
uh-huh.
like, even that I don't particularly remember hitting quite as hard as I thought it probably should have.
Yeah, I think he
I
just
mean,
can't hit that like anger, right?
Right. You put it right. Like his performance is fine enough for stoicism and like little else.
Mhm.
like shoot, I completely forgot about the Divine City too. I'm like, yeah, like like he's basically having to act against like two of the most legendary like Japanese voice actors in modern times as his final fights. So it's like as someone like Eric SBA, who is good, but it's not like legendary status here, right? You're playing against
Right.
like you're trying to like Erica or like Kagetsu. Like Kagetsu's cool, but it's like like you're playing against like say like some really good like players who are like they do their role and they do their role well, and
Uh-huh.
then your climax is against goddamn Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Like it's very hard to keep up with the quality.
Yeah.
But maybe in
Like
that regard, maybe it's good we had our fucking Bount arc in between Divine Season 2 and now, because, like, Jesus, the back-to-back of throwing Akina's VA into Kugamiya and Fukuyama back-to-back would be disastrous.
like I'm not some- I don't know. I feel like my controversial take this season is gonna be
Which I
even with
am.
Divines as a whole, right?
Oh, can I finish a little bit
Yep.
real quick here? Sorry. I think it is like very. I think what is very sad is like we never got like an actual like uh Chrono versus Ryuzu fight where it's actually like uh actually Char instead of
You know, that sure didn't hit for me nearly as hard until I got into Gundam and realized who the fuck Ryuzu is voiced by. That really did almost come off of like as like yeah, we got him, but like we've already got enough. Mamoru Miyano has been on this cast for going on like depending on if you split up Stride Gate and Gears Crisis,
like pretty much
Yeah.
like 3 seasons, give or
almost
take, plus a
two.
movie.
Yeah, it's like we've been paying this man for a lot, and then we had and then we had I'm forgetting his name because everyone just calls him Dio. We had this man like post JoJo, and we had that man post JoJo, post Attack on Titan. Like, bro does not come cheap. Like the fact that he still comes back is probably like he just loves like working in Vanguard because that's the only way this makes any sense why he's still coming back.
I mean, even had like fucking Akira Ishida for Shoma in the same like time
I mean,
frame.
Mamoru
Holy
Miyano was just a
shit.
workhorse between like being a singer and then being the main Ultraman for like 5, 6 years straight, right before G.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, Ultraman Zero. Dude was just in like movie and spin-off back to back for like ton of time. We're never getting another G. I'm sorry, guys.
Like, only that's like, could you have Matt? Like, not to mention like the fact that like, uh, Haruka, uh, was it Tomura? Also, like what's her voice actor's name? The voice Haruka Tomatsu. They had Haruka Tomatsu voice two characters that did nothing.
Like they just had a lot of money thrown around there back then.
What do you mean back then? You mean 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Like, Tomatsu was the voice actress for Ryuzu's assistant who turned out to be secretly working with the whole thing. And then she's also the character in Will Dress who plays Barrow Magnus. Like they used their budget on their, like, I don't know why, but it's like, I think there's a general thing you could say is like, why did they? It feels like they just kind of blew their budget on voice actors who just collect the paycheck and get out.
Yeah.
And again, that's not to say like, oh, they're bad. I'm just saying like, literally, they're big name voice actors. They get a paycheck and they just leave. It's like, what do y'all even do? Back in my day, our voice actors worked. That's so bad. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess they're hoping getting a big name VA will just help do the marketing for them.
I mean,
and it's like,
I mean, that was 80% of my impressions of Ryuga prior to him like getting a proper dedicated episode. In all fairness, they hit the slide and I'm like, that sure is Bakugo and Accelerator. Like, glad we've checked that box off the list finally, I guess.
Cool.
It's like, I think also.
Meanwhile, I'm just watching random C-tier anime. I'm like, man, that character sure sounds a lot like Naoki. That's awesome. Anyway.
Oh yeah, for crying out loud, I was like, again, Attack on Titan. I'm watching the final season, part 1. There's a dude on in the cast. There's just a random dude. It's like this random fat dude is like, is that Naoki's VA? It's like, what?
Bro's the king of bit characters at this point. Like, you recognize his voice a mile away.
That's fucked up. I'm pretty sure he's the Sugar Rush motherfucker in MHA too.
I mean, I will say, like, if you want to like kind of improve the probability of like Vanguard, Vanguard with the voice actors, how about putting some of that budget into like the dub cast? Like, up until Lily Pichu took on Megami, our biggest voice actor that wasn't Aichi or Kai was goddamn Strawberry Shortcake.
You're right. Vanguard needs the budget to afford the Power Ranger. I totally didn't just forget his name before I said that sentence.
Johnny Young Bosch.
There we go.
Oh man, I'm now imagining what would Johnny Young Bosch sound like as Akina.
Oh.
It feels like a dream.
Get him to voice the next guy.
I mean, it could,
No, oh god. No, that is not where I need this motherfucker. I need them to hand him Kuon's fucking breakdown from the tail end of Divine Season 2.
Oh yeah, yeah.
God. That such a good, not to derail, but that was such a good fucking scene in the sub back whenever that aired. Like, emotionally. Timing and like pacing wise, it was a bit of a fucking disaster, but like,
yeah. But it's like his voice actor sold that shit. It's like, shoot,
right.
I ain't know you that long, and honestly, this don't make a lick of no sense in the context of the story. But shoot, you are giving it your all out here.
Right. Like, we need people to just choose scenery sometimes.
Like I remember like one of my favorite scenes of all time in like television was, well, not my favorite scene, but one of my favorite episodes is like Heaven Sent from Doctor Who, where it's just Peter Capaldi for almost an hour acting against a literal glass wall as he's like punching it to break out in a stuck in a time loop, and it's just him getting emotionally angrier and angrier and calmer and angrier and calmer and switching lanes, and it's like it was so good, and I'm like, dang. It's like I like scenes like that because it's like you're selling me the character in a way that's very effective.
Yeah.
And like I feel like I hope I kind of like understood what I mean. It's like,
yeah, it's like my favorite scene from Dinah, which I'm not going to spoil because you haven't watched that show yet, Zechs, and I can't ruin the best episode of that show.
okay,
Watch Dinah already.
I have to get through Gridman.
You haven't seen Gridman?
No, I'll be completely honest here. Reason why I don't want to watch Gridman is because it's because every time I see Gridman merch, it is always just those damn thighs. I'm just like,
Look, alright, disregard thighs, acquire Gridman.
I will try and find a slot for it eventually. But anyway,
Awesome.
we come to the end of the fight. Cabelius loses, and Erica, talks to him about, the discussions they had about how he feels about his family, and that moment's like, and that is able to calm Cabelius to get him back to his senses, and it's like, yeah, you right, you're right. It's like,
Is at this moment the closed captioning on YouTube will start freaking out.
like I want to talk about that scene though, because it is kind of thing. It's like it's very hard to write a scene where it's like you're basically trying to have someone calm down from effectively losing the right to get their family back.
Right.
Like, I don't know what you could do in the amount of time you need for everything afterwards and this, but I think it's still an effective scene because it is like, yeah, they would be talking to each other and sharing more. It's like, hey, let's actually talk here, and like, now that you've calmed down, let's at least like remember like what you said. You said, you inherited your family's will, and you talked about it, and it's like, you are, and she says like pretty much like, you are strong, you are very strong, because I could not imagine, because I agree with it, because like I could not imagine losing all of that and still going on, still having the will to want to go on. And I just thought like that bit of that little bit of moment for regardless of how short it is, was good. So I just kind of want to give that a shout out to that.
Like we have one really nice emotional moment right there, really good.
Mm-hmm. All right,
and then as if Jun Fukuyama's spirit possessed the script, a Code Geass began to happen.
All right, so it's time. We have tried as best we could to not talk about this moment because it is pretty much the moment of the show. Like,
Jibun, whoa!
Hey, don't get us copyright now. So we have finally beaten every Phantom. The Maz card comes down. And
Akina's finally gathered the Dragon Balls.
Yep. We've done it. Now it's just to decide on what to do with it. Just then, Kanami comes into the building. Which, now that I think about it, knowing what we don't know, it would be crazy. It's like, I'm surprised I didn't even ask the question, how did she get it up there?
He took the elevator.
But the place is
the
gone.
other elevator.
Okay, but for real, how could she get up there then, unless she took the flight stairs? It means she either, obviously we know now, but it's like we're talking.
She is the sportier of the group.
Even though she doesn't actually do any sports.
Yeah, and even though that's we'll get to it. We're pretty much there.
No, I mean, like, that's a thing in the manga. It's like, she actually doesn't do sports. She's just naturally gifted physically.
Well, she is naturally gifted.
Okay, so let's just get to it. So they come to it, and Connie walks up to the bronze card and takes it. And then she starts stroking it like it's her, like she's freaking Gollum. My princess. It's like, what's going on? And it's like, well, yeah, actually, it turns out the big twist to the entire season, the entire storyline up to this point was built for this moment.
Does the show choosing now to make you believe in its existence?
Turns out, the reveal is that Kanami was actually Kurumi. Not the whole time, but a certain point in time. Basically,
90% of the time.
Now, you're probably hearing this, and if you have not watched the show, which we told you to go watch it, you're probably, what the fuck? What are you talking about? So, and this requires a lot of explanation and some like piecing together out of context clues. So, we talked about the Crimson Moon and its ability to create Phantom. Turns out, excuse me. Turns out Phantasma was actually a system made by ZetaZephyr, which is which I didn't talk about, which is the Phantom unit of Kurumi. And on the night she died, which, they did show this specifically, like the scene was there. She died on a night where the moon went crimson, which going by the timeline of events in the story, if there's any time that, you know, Crimson Moon would exist, it would be the day Gabrielius activates the divine force. Which,
man, it sure would be funny if Akina was directly responsible for the entire events of this plot, incidentally.
which divine force doesn't matter. If you haven't understood what that is, you're too late. But the point is, it made Earth, that event means that Earth and Krei were closer together than they had been in a while. Meaning, Kurumi's soul, I guess you could say, then fell into the hands of ZetaZephyr because of the connection, because that's her Vanguard. And effectively created, I guess you could say in a way, created the Phantom World. Now,
Because at this point, the plot Divines becomes a stack of dominoes.
Now, here's the kind of big question: at what point? Now, there's obviously a very question. Like, at what point did the actual Phantom start?
Right. Like, hold on a minute.
Because there probably were other boons we just didn't notice, and we have to go back. But I remember the ones very specifically
was spreading out. Like, if it happened, the time events, right? Pretty much happened what? End of season 1, right?
Yeah, end of season 1, which is a couple months.
So
then you had the Destin Showdown. Then you had almost the rest of the year into the new school year, which then would be the deluxe.
And we know the Phantasma's been expanding.
Mm-hmm.
Or unless that just didn't happen until Gab did the thing. But then no. Unless we just have to assume Phantom World is a completely separate universe up until Gab did a Gab and merged them together.
So my theory is that, but we know it's Gabrielius was around. We know this is, real R. Gabrielius. So obviously it had to have been strong enough where the actual mooning. So it's been building in the background this whole time. But I think, and this is why this is where my theory about the deluxe still mattering is, and why the whole thing is, I think the finals of the actual deluxe was the moment the actual phantasm started.
Go on.
Because again, you ain't ever said nothing about background information like that. Why on earth are you just allowed to now? And the only way is that because it will come up. It probably won't, and I'll probably look like an idiot. But it's the idea of, Erica was supposed to win.
This is gonna be real fun in November. Holy cow!
So, yeah, but my theory is the idea is that Erica won the deluxe, but because the Phantom was just starting, we could say probably everything really took place pretty much that night, considering how fast things kind of turned. It happened that night. There's a chance probably Kurumi just took over and rewrote rewrote the actual ending.
Man, I can't believe I just cannot believe that Kurumi made it so that Akina managed to hit the miracle instead of losing it in the proper timeline.
But that's the whole thing. But anyway, the
Is
point
what you're saying. That she made him hit a damage trigger to heal off of a Rezael.
well, listen, I'm spitballing. I am trying really hard. I'm trying. I told you I went insane over this stupid show.
I can't believe I have to be the logical one here. Damn.
But
I hate
anyway,
it here.
Meanwhile, my brain in the background just silently sputtering out of control, trying to process, like, oh, I really didn't need to think about the timeline of how, like, when this shit started and when it actually. Oh my god.
It doesn't work. Unless Kurumi was just in hibernation for the events of the past like 3 seasons. That's the only explanation then.
Mm-hmm.
Which also doesn't work if there was a funeral.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, there
They-
sure
they-
was.
There was definitely a body.
yeah. She didn't
This
disappear.
doesn't work.
I said, like, yeah, the soul separated from the body. That's usually what happens, assuming what happens when death happens. It's like you ain't there no more. The body is the vessel. You were expunged from the vessel.
Zechs, given the timeline of events, we have to somehow just assume heaven is a place in Vanguard or purgatory. Whichever one you want to choose for this plot to work.
Pretty dog. You need to tell me that in a franchise that has had multiple deity gods, superpowers, and something known
None of which
as
are present here.
divine force, you're saying we have to try and expunge a reason why heaven exists?
Yes.
No. Like, it might not be exactly heaven, but it's something. There is an afterlife that exists.
For this exact moment.
It has always been there. Why on earth do you think zombies exist in this game? That there are undead creatures who actually move. They're not just there. There's a afterlife there. There is a something.
Well, you see, Concrete Revolution, the hit anime series watched by 20 people, had its own ghosts that were completely disconnected from the afterlife, and they were their own separate species. These could just be naturally forming zombies, you know.
Naturally forming zombie. Oh my god!
Like
you could just be born undead.
I feel like we're splitting hairs like the classification of Kingdom Hearts enemies.
Yes. What the hell is an unversed?
What do you mean there are emblem in Pure Blood Heartless?
That at least made sense.
Why are nobody sometimes somebodies?
Oh.
But the point is, like, yeah, they had the funeral. Ruby died, but her soul was in the phantasma that was just bubbling under the surface. It probably was just very small, but over time it expanded within the year. I probably assume it probably was like, I'm going to probably say, I need to double check, but I'm going to say like it probably was around when Like she probably like was in a limbo, and then the Fated Class Destined Showdown, the creation of the Fated and Destined Kings was probably like the moment. It's like she then fell into Phantasma. Then you have that point.
We are doing so much writing for them right now. It's crazy.
You know what? Yeah, let's move on. The point is, the Fated Class Destined Showdown resulted in a timeline of events that ended up getting her to Phantasma. Then at some point, Phantasma appeared, and she was allowed to kind of live out her life as a normal girl, because that's what she's always wanted. She's been sick her whole life. She wants to just be a normal girl and, live her life. Understandable. She wasn't hurting nobody.
Everything could just continue the way it was.
And things just continued the way it was. And then it eventually just engulfed the whole world. Engulfed all of Kaga, excuse me. And then,
it sure is so convenient for everyone that it didn't also cover Friends just to grab Yu.
He sure might have deserved it too. I've been sitting on this thought for a minute of like,
this is all his fault, technically speaking.
I was about to say, I'm like, it was almost explicitly stated that Virina defeating Gripagila was the cause for Earth and Cray being connected enough that Design Force was like present enough for Gabrielius and Sybil to do their shit. Really,
everything that happened is divines.
You should have thrown for content against Grok, is all I'm saying.
It is Yu's fault. And then after Yu's fault, it is Erica's fault for messing with the timeline. And then after that, it's Akino's fault for not just losing the SWO and getting Sybil nuked by proxy. All three of these people are responsible for the events of this season.
I don't like that these dominoes are all laced with dynamite.
Like, it is
playing a dangerous game here.
It is genuinely like, think about we're just gonna go insane. We need to keep moving. So point is, it happened. But as we spoke before, Erica Gabrielius defused, and Gabrielius just started walking around, and then just found the Roz card, got entranced by the idea of bringing his family back, and chose to basically sell his soul to do so. And then that's how we got here.
It just kind of makes Gabrielius lame in hindsight. Like, well, this tower seems mighty vacant for some odd reason. I don't know, maybe they're at school or something. I'm just gonna grab this, attain ultimate power, and just chill over here.
I mean, I don't think he was just like, I think he was just literally like, I don't know what the heck's going on. Let me, Gabrielius is just someone who is very, like, we saw it back in season 1. He will literally just, like, raid a fridge for some bananas.
I mean, that's fine, but it's like, I don't know, something about, like, yeah, and so I just happened upon the God card, and, it was just completely, it's still in there.
I mean, he literally said he just found it. He came across it. Like, he genuinely was not lying. He was like, I just found it.
She just left it on the table.
Which, it's like, I don't know. If I had access to unimaginable power, I don't think the place I would leave it is the goddamn super dick tower that's just in the middle of the entire board that only, like, I can see, I guess. But to be fair, who could predict that? Like, I think some kind of point is like, yeah, no, I think someone kind of like made a thing is like she probably didn't even know Gabrielius existed in the way he
Yeah.
did. So it's like, how would she know a literal Cray dragon was just sitting here? We're just chilling around, looking around, like, where the heck am I?
It's like, all right.
Which, at this point, I just gotta say it. Like, the whole explanation, which is, before we go any further, damn, this bitch is evil. Excuse my language, but it's it is basically true for what
Yeah.
proceeds to happen. So, let's get to the point. So, anyway, that the Parallactic Clash is enabled. That Gabrielius can keep the shield around and actually, like, eventually, like, allow his people to come back. That's the whole point. And so it chooses people to become Phantom Fighters, apparently. And it shows Konami by sheer luck, quote unquote. However, because she got technically Zeref back in some capacity, she also just gained like magic powers of illusion.
Sure.
So what? So she can actually, like, only on certain conditions she can create illusions to trick things, which is
Very convenient, certain conditions, mind you.
which, you know, which comes to the whole point. It is based off of emotion. A strong emotion is how the magic is activated. Keep this in mind. And so, well, you know, the whole thing is eventually, you know, at some point, Konami and Kurumi did meet up and generally had a conversation, which I think I remember the scene in the show about this happening. I remember the scene explicitly happening, and they have that discussion.
They didn't show it, yeah.
But what they didn't show was that, like, literally the next second after, which is the Parallactic Clash warning went off, and they were slated for battle. Which
Gab is a funny guy.
which this wasn't even Gab. Like, he's just like, he's basically the referee. He doesn't decide who actually goes into the fight most of the time. So Harumi comes up with a great idea of, hold on, emotion, huh? Ooh. And so they have their fight. They fight before, like, right before the Masanori thing happens. So effectively, like almost like immediate. I'm trying to write this. So it happens like right before. So effectively, within the span of what, 24 hours, you know, which is when the actual, like, Parallactic Clash, like, kind of active. Wait a second. No. No, this is not making any sense. Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
The math ain't mathing
Back
here.
in the hole.
No, because I'm thinking about the Awakening manga and how it's like, how can, like, how did a whole month pass? But the scene with Kagetsu and Gabrielius, which does happen in the manga, happen in the. I might be like missing. I might be overthinking something, but it's like
Dog, they got you in the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Get out.
Okay, I'm thinking of something, but the point is that happens, and they fight, and Kurumi beats Kanami, and then switches bodies and erases, or like not erases, but like rewrites Kanami's memories to be Kurumi's memories, but leaving out certain details, obviously, such that she doesn't get found out.
Right.
Then from there, well, we
Oops,
gotta.
to Kurumi.
So, and someone also pointed out is like, yeah, obviously, like, Kanami is saying we're talking about Akina, but you can also tell how they're like hanging out. Is that Kanami is acting more and acts more and more like not like a tomboy that she is. Like her body language in those scenes are very different than what she should be. And I was like, oh, okay.
Like, well, you see, the greatest twist is just have two of the same character running around.
And so the whole point is, okay, so then how did, now this is where Masanori comes in and is like, so then how the heck are you still here as a phantom? Well, the answer is simple. When I lost to the Mythish, it was already drained of its power. Which is, you know, how we get the reveal that Kanami lost.
Right.
That was where the real Kanami lost, and then Masanori found them, and it's like, what could we do here? And then so the actual Kanami Masanori fight was actually a fake fight, in which then Kurumi like rewrote certain like elements of the fight to make the system believe that the actual Mythish was defeated. How? At this point, do you care?
Illusion magic. Don't worry about it.
The illusion magic that she has can just rewrite the sight of God, apparently. And so
we're doing a lot of Kugiyasing in this flashback.
All right, so now here we are. Effectively, so then when, right, because again, the whole master plan was for Kagetsu to beat Gabelius. And, you know, obviously, like, just then be like, hey, bro, you know, I'm glad you got the card. Can I see it? You just kind of take it as like, but obviously, like, the issue was, you know, the other issues, because she's a phantom fighter, she has to fight me, she will just lose the access to the card by default. But that was the big problem with the having her be the phantom, or having me a phantom fighter. Is like she couldn't sit back and wait for everyone to just beat everything. She had to get active in some way, which is then, you know, how we led to the whole thing. So obviously, when one of them were to quote unquote lose, she then rewrote when Kanami beat Kurumi. Kurumi rewrote the spell to give back everything there. Almost like you remember like in in Death Note where like Light basically forgets his memories and then with the Death Note gives him up and then like gets him back. Like it's basically that scene in a nutshell. Like I was literally trying to find the scene in the anime where like Light actually, like L actually dies. Well, wait, spoilers for Death Note, by the way.
Oh no! Anyway,
Just holds the notebook in the helicopter, screams violently.
nah.
Like, oh no, we're back.
Yeah, it's just like that was such an evil smile. I'm like, damn, you really were evil. And well, that's kind of how we got here. Like now the protagonist just did the main villain's work for them. But because there's still 2 Mythish left,
Right.
you got to get rid of them. Which is now leading us to our final battle in the movie that we will not see for 6 months.
Now, to be fair, right? He was Akino was pretty much convinced from 2 different people to do the dirty work for them. Sure, those 2 people were the exact same person, technically speaking. I mean, for all intents and purposes, but you know. Funny how that works out, right?
I mean, what is it you said?
The double honeypot. It's like, all right, so the Kurumi that's not completely fully 100% in on the plan, that's actually Kanami, but with Kurumi's memories, was also just like, you know, trying to get on Akina's good side. Meanwhile, the Kanami that's actually Kurumi is also telling Akina, get on Kurumi's good side and then help Kurumi. And by the end of the series, Akina's like, you know what? My new main goal, main goal now, bring the railroad back, also revive Kurumi. Excellent. Got it. And he managed the protagonist plot armor his way into doing it. The amazing work.
A plus.
Yep.
Like this twist, you know, we could wax and talk about what the whole context of the twist and how it works in the greater like timeline of the world and whatnot, and how that does it till the cows come home. But it's 4 o'clock.
Right.
I got about 50 minutes before I really actually conk out, so we gotta wrap this up. So this is where we get the faded legendary the crack cocaine for Vanguard artist design for Kurumi. Her evil form.
She awakened something in every single Vanguard artist immediately.
I mean, the fact that I saw more like artwork than I saw of now on her birthday probably says a lot.
Like every Vanguard since, like, you know what? It's finally our time. They've created a character design for us to draw a bunch of fans for start of.
Hey, but you had everything. Don't worry about it.
No. This is the character. Yeah,
So.
you know, it's fun arguing with people going like, all right, guys, it'd be really good for Akina's character arc if he doesn't revive Kurumi at the end of this nonsense. And she just rests in peace. And I'm going to say something, all right? It is probably the most hypocritical thing to keep her, to not let her live while Akina and Erika are allowed to just exist in this universe.
Oh, so.
Divine intervention only working for our MCs is a little silly. Well, functional divine intervention, all right?
Mm.
And the whole show about reaching out for miracles. Someone getting an assist from a time traveler, and then said time traveler be able to avoid a time paradox because of the divine gold dragon plushie. keeping them alive. That's perfectly fine. Someone wishing on their last minutes before death for like one more chance at life. Oh, suddenly the dead shouldn't be able to walk upon the earth. No, 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 no.
So what you're saying is to make this story like feel
It is
people
only fair if the plot armor goes both ways.
So basically, either they all stay or they all go,
Yes.
which might be important considering the final scene of the entire season and might be technically the final season scene of the actual series proper. We get a cut of now in her college course, and as she touches the I guess like Daruma doll, I don't remember what it was, that they bought on that one day they were off for the deluxe. She remembers everything because remember, strong emotional connection.
Right.
And then she runs out the door, and that is
And mind you,
how and that is
we're
how
also still waiting for Economy Proper to arrive there as well.
yes, but she doesn't have a
Like,
myth.
sorry, all live or not, or none of them live. And mind you, technically speaking, if we wanted to draw the dominoes even like further back, all of Divine's kickstart the second Akina like encounter Kurumi in the rain. That was the inciting flag for everything that happened in Divines. If he didn't encounter Kurumi Economy would not have gotten Hikari in the Vanguard. Which means the whole rest of this does not happen. She is the first domino.
The dominoes are drenched in kerosene.
Pretty much. Like, if they don't bring that up in that movie, I'm mildly mad. Mildly irritated.
Well, here's the okay. So now, that is it. That is the final scene on television for 7 months of Cardfight Vanguard. Oh my god! I won't lie. I was like, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. We got one more time for the actual final form, please. We need one final form. Somebody get a final form. Anybody, please.
Right. Look, we better just hear me out, all right? Just give us the dual nation brand gay Keter Reziel.
No, I need an actual no, I want an actual final Varga form. Like she needs to get off that bum so badly.
The first part of this is actually just gonna be now versus Masanori. Just to finally get rid of him. And then after that, we're just gonna get the siblings versus Kurumi. It's finally time we bring back the 2v1 rules. The forbidden arts, not seen since G.
That's how she gets to fight and like do something of import despite her quote unquote mythish not having enough juice.
Reziel has enough for a 2v1, it's fine.
I had that thought, I'm like she wouldn't have much reason to fight Masanori because I'm like, well, she wouldn't fucking do anything to him if Megumi is any indication.
Right. Like they
Yeah,
will just like bounce off each other. It's like pointless.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Give him the 2v1 versus Kurumi, just so we get our state mandated Neon Messiah callback.
You know, I hope they kind of directed like they did Neon Messiah, and the actual fight makes no sense at all if you're trying to follow it to any logical degree.
Just effort. Just make it just a Sakuga fest. Like, forget the cards. You know what the cards do already. Like, just box.
Right.
only if we complete the cycle and the first like 12-ish episodes of the next series after Divines has no real fights in it.
They're just gonna bring Chrono back from the grave.
Like, we never got to do his reboot era, so might as well.
It's like we already got DIG. We may as well get a new series Chrono. It's only fair.
God.
No, I think
Then this was the season finale of all time. If only it was the final season, huh?
All right. Well, let's actually conclude this by giving our kind of like thoughts about this, and let me start with saying what the two things were that I talked about. This could have been the best, like, Vanguard season, if not for two things. First off, Michiru. I think we just kind of get that out of the way. Michiru breaks the season even more than it already is. Like, you can forgive a lot of things, but like Michiru effectively only exists to cut down the time. To cut down the time between fights. And there's a lot of issues. But if that is really his last scene, like considering like we know that we have a confirmation that next anime will not be at least a D season. We don't know if it's gonna be the same like world or timeline. But if that is his final scene,
God, I hope to God it's actually the final time we're in Kaga. At the very least.
Yes, but I'm like, if that is Michiru's final scene, wow. What a wet fart of a conclusion for that dude. Like, hey man, you good, bro. Peace.
Yeah, we could have had Zechs instead of Michiru. Gosh.
That's so much better. I'm so sad. And then the secondly, right? And no, it's not the voice actor thing. I'm that could go whatever. It's like my thing is the second part is slashing the entire story into multiple different media. Right? You've got part like again, this we know basically understanding this entire like not including lore, this entire storyline is in 3 parts. What the anime was part 2. Part 1 isn't done yet, and part 3 isn't out yet. So we got the middle of a story and have no idea how we started at point B trying to get at point C when point A is still being like drawn right now.
Right.
And I feel like that's gonna hurt it because again, like having that moment where Kanami and Suzune have that moment would be so nice to have at least animated, if not at least like shown off. Like something like impactful like that is like it is, which not kinds of things like it's a much better scene for. Which understanding now, it's like yeah, it's a much better. Out of the context, the Kanami Matsuri fight is good for getting Kanami's reasoning out there. From a emotional, like overall thing, the Suzune Kanami fight is way better. it's an overall better like scene. It's an overall better scene, overall better fight, overall like just way better. You know, and it's like, well, we didn't, and it feels like we got robbed of Konami.
Yeah, the problem with Kanami versus Kurumi is that it's Kurumi versus Kurumi.
It's
And
Kur-
Kurumi just knows so much about Kanami that she's a very good, unreliable narrator.
it's Kurumi versus a zombie piloted by Kurumi.
Right.
So it's like it's
If you're a fan of Kanami, I'm sorry. You're mostly a fan of Kurumi, you just kinda have to accept that.
so that's kind of the negative of the twist, right? It's like the twist is really good, but it also like kind of like messes up Konami. So like unless you read the manga, which a lot of people will probably do because they're like, I'd rather read an official thing or I didn't know it existed or whatever, because for some reason like just information doesn't go to people. Like they won't
Or you
understand the character in the deck they like.
like, you can take the red pill and read the manga and understand Kanami as a proper character and how she was robbed in the actual anime. Or you can take the blue pill, not read ignore the manga ever existed, accept things as they are, and that Kanami was not much of a character on her own, and just and live life.
So that's my thing. One more thing, just kind of it's like, man,
Hmm?
uh, sorry, I lost the train of thought. uh, one more thing, and that is, I I truly am like to close out my point. I am truly like sad that like again, it's like reading what the manga does. Like there's generally a probably a good there's a and like comparing to this like there's a really good story here. There's a really like interesting narrative to that's being told. It's just I don't know if I com- like I completely understand how they're telling it. I just don't know if it's going to be good overall, right? Because again, separating the multiple different
Right.
layers, and if it's because they decided to do a movie, like obviously they probably decided to so now do a movie, other situations, what have you. We talked about. It very much is like that's what saddens me about this season. Is not. I don't think this is a bad season. What I do think it is a I think it's a very like awkward season. It's a very awkward season, I think, to put it.
Huh.
So yeah, that's my kind of like final statement. It is a season that has uh so much actual like want for complexity, want for depth, want for ambition. Ambition can destroy anything, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys, final thoughts?
Man, Vanguard's had a rough run when it comes to final seasons. Holy cow. Also, it's like 4:30 a.m., so my thoughts are getting slowly more incoherent. Anyway, uh, as a season, I think it needed to lock the hell down and just focus on the cast they sold us on at the start of the season, and that's it. Michi was a mistake. Erica was a mistake. Suo was a mistake. I'm sorry.
Okay, bro.
Look, all right. They had their arcs. Please, they should have just let them rest. We had other characters that could have taken the spotlight a little bit more, and just kind of let them just flop. So our Miracle Dream Team from season 1 could do their stuff and eat up screen time. Like, it's not a terrible garbage season. Like, there were some good to it, right? But fortunately, like every other Vanguard final season, it's a little disjointed and unfocused. And it whiffs the landing. By the time this season, all of Divinez is about as long as Link Joker. All I'm saying. Over the course of around 3 years. Terrible. It's no wonder people are sick of this characters in the cast. We've had them for way too long with way too little screen presence to matter. I wouldn't say it's a 5 out of 10. Honestly. Doesn't do enough, but it's also just cannot compete with like getting so much eaten up by Deluxe. Not fully its fault, but I can't grade on the curve here. Done. Any thoughts, Ray?
There, God, there are bits and pieces of this that I want to like a lot more than I do. Like I didn't back whenever we talked about like the last bits of, I mean, I guess relevancy Ryuga had, and like who was really like who was better fit to fight him in the end between Suo and Akina. The thing that fucks me up and is like, if Suzune hadn't happened the way that she did back in Deluxe, this sort of arc of Suo trying to connect with other people that have that are in similar circumstances to his own, and not necessarily trying to like there is a world in which, given time, literally any amount of build-up, Suo and Ryuga's fight is like him offering to try and help Ryuga rebuild after getting back to their original world. And there is a world where that is maybe like emotionally poignant and like resonant. But it, like so much of the season, just does not have any time to breathe. And anywhere else they could maybe attempt to squeeze out that extra time is just relegated to stuff like, well, it would have been relegated to stuff like the prequel manga, but that's clearly not what they wanted to do with this, I suppose. So it's like, I don't know. Part of it is just it being like 5:30 for me, and my thoughts being equally just collapsing in on itself. But
Our
it,
thoughts are
it
still more coherent in the timeline of events, if that's any consolation.
I will take what I can get. It is aggressively middling to me. And I don't know if that makes it more or less disastrous to me than if it was just like, I don't know. It's rough. It's
Mm.
It's very rough. And at the risk of rambling on anymore, I will just cut myself off there.
Okay. Well, uh, I did have one more thing to talk about, but I completely forgot about it. But I think any necessary thing, I could just probably just make my own like independent thing or make a extra amendment or something to like later. So that's it. Like we've done it. We are done. Divines will be over. I think for anyone's safety, I think if we'll probably do another spoiler cast for the final. Like it won't be like that crazy. But it's like, we've done everything so far, might as well just wrap it out. But, that won't be until November because at the very least, give the people who waited until the releases on, the weekly releases on TV or online, that genuine chance to kind of, sit on it and, actually watch it.
Yeah.
Not just spoil it for everybody by like a thumbnail or something of the sort. So, though it's been a while. I don't know what we're gonna do for if we ever do what we're gonna do for like another spoiler cast or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Ray, did you ever watch Build Divide?
Oh God.
No.
Okay.
No, I can't say that I have.
Interesting. Man.
Feel like I've put information out into the world that I probably shouldn't have.
What a exciting coincidence that it just so happens to be its 5-year anniversary come in October.
Oh my god.
Zechs is Bill Divide's strongest soldier in English speaking regions and the only person in the West in North America who cares about the game. And thus he will not be subjected to watch both seasons of the anime in order to have another spoiler cast at some point before the next one in November. Get me out of here.
Well, I mean, it's
No,
This has been a great show.
it's
24 episodes, 26.
That, like,
And it's been a
per
great
season?
run,
24,
guys.
25.
I am ZetaZephyr. It's been great.
Wait,
I'm
what?
signing out. Peace.
Okay, I guess that's it. All right, y'all. We out. Thank y'all for watching. Y'all have a good whatever time zone you're in. Bye bye.